Hello everyone, happy Sunday, welcome to Arcane Focus. Hey everyone, look at, everyone give a wave, please do so. It is our special one-shot, A Wizard's Quarrel today. I'm your DM Mike, and joined with me are my amazing players. Let's go ahead and meet them now. First and foremost, we have Titan. How's it going, Titan?
Going pretty well. I'm excited to be here.
If you don't know Titan or Titan Fish Killer, you can find that on Instagram and a bunch of other socials. Is an amazing artist and illustrator. Titan, what are you up to right now? What are you making? Give people sort of a rundown of who you are.
So, like you said, I do art mostly on Instagram. I've been busy with college these past couple weeks, so starting this coming week, I'm going to be opening commissions again to start bringing in more character art. I mostly do character art, a lot of D&D stuff, and I also have some stuff up on Redbubble. So
some amazing,
that's what I'll be up to.
Some amazing stickers and things like that.
Yeah.
Actually, I think we could confirm this, is that you made both your character and Amber's character. Yep. For today's one shot.
Yes, I did.
Speaking of Amber,
oh cool.
Yeah. Speaking of Amber, we have once again we're joined by Amber, my wife, the social media manager of Arcane Focus. Honestly, I don't think the channel would be working without her. So I'm happy that you get to play a new character to summon your madness.
We try not to break things.
Yes.
We try to do a good job.
And we're joined also by a couple of new faces right now. We are joined by Pyrea, excuse me, a cosplayer crafter. You can find her on TikTok. Pyrea, why don't you give a rundown of who you are?
Hi everybody. Like it was said, I'm Pyrea. You can find me on TikTok and Instagram. I've been playing D&D for about a year and a half now, and I'm always really excited to sharpen my one-shot skills. Yeah. You can find me on D & Denial on Mondays at 7:30 Eastern. I always have to do that translation in my head because I'm Central Time, and I'm like, am I saying the right time? Where I play a chronology wizard as well. So I'm excited.
I know, since you're on TikTok, do you have like almost like a viral video or a video that's done the best out of them all?
Usually my like chaotic LARP videos do the best, but most of the time it's whatever the aesthetic hits. So in the realm of D&D, I mean, like the tavern core, the cottage core kind of thing, my character Raylan, which she does not have her own campaign anymore, it usually does the best. So yeah.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. And our other new face, last but not least, we're joined by Katie Swan. What's going on, Katie?
Hey! I'm excited to be here. I'm always down for some one-shots on a boring weekend.
Now, hopefully I'm getting this right, because I've looked at some of your videos, and I found you through TikTok. If anyone wants to try to locate you,
yeah, that's my main hub.
I think you labeled yourself as an inspiring dice maker,
I'm learning how to make resin dice. I actually have my pressure pot cooking stuff right there on the other side.
Oh.
It's all airtight, so there's not any resin fumes coming out. But
are you still are like in the midst of like let me ask you this question. I know you're probably doing some testing then with resin dice. Is there like a certain aesthetic of your first die set that you want to make?
Ooh. So the reason I even got into dice making in the first place is because I am a DM, and I am DMing for my huge group of friends. I have like 8 players. I wanted to make them dice for their specific characters. And me being foolish thought, oh, this is easy. It's just resin. It's no big deal. And then I got into it and I realized, oh, this is all chemistry and all physics. And me being the science nerd I am, I was like, oh, I have to get into this. So I have jumped down the rabbit hole, and here we are.
What's that song in TikTok where it's like, I have a new obsession. I'm going to look up all of my things about my session. Yes, that's it. I feel like we all fall into that category. It's like we find something cool and we're like, we're going to learn all about it. I learned all about it.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I'm really excited to, obviously you should always check these guys out. I'm not sure if you said it though, Katie, but you can find her on unyielding_bastion on TikTok. I can't wait to see your final creation. And of course, you can follow all of our
too.
content creators on the respective platforms. But before we get into today's stream, a few announcements. First and foremost, we mentioned this yesterday since we were live for our main campaign. We'll be having a short session of Magic at Mossad, which is our main campaign, next Saturday, as we are celebrating someone's birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
early birthday!
I should sing. I'll sing on the day. I'll sing on the day, Brian.
Don't sing now, please.
No. It's copyright, too. I'll do an Applebee's version of a happy birthday song.
Yes.
Oh, man.
And then things are changing. Obviously, we mentioned before that we are expecting, me and Amber and I, so things will change in terms of our streaming schedule. So that's sort of the announcements we have for you guys.
Gotta adjust to a level 0 human, so then,
Exactly.
then we'll reconvene.
But with all of that out of the way, who's ready for some wizard action?
Yes.
Let's go.
Let's set the scene for you all. It is a beautiful afternoon on the Lorcai Islands, a crescent-shaped isle that houses dense jungles, tall mountain peaks, and the cleanest beaches that you'll ever see. Brightly colored birds that call the island home fly through the sky above, giving small little bright colored dots in the sky as they fly over, of reds, yellows, purples, and greens. From a raised elevation, you can actually see the magnificent coral reef that sparkles through the translucent waters underneath. The Lorcai Island is a rich space, very rich. Because of the beautiful surroundings, it has become a premier vacation destination. But more importantly than that, the Lorcai Islands benefit from all sort of cross trades from the surrounding continents around. This makes it the first stop from one continent to the next when it comes to magical items, arcane implements, and magical components. And for those who practice the craft of magic and arcane, those who are very successful and do well usually travel to the Lorcai Islands to call it their home. It goes without saying that anyone who decides to live here is very rich. Think of, any other vacation destination you can think of, Hawaii and the such. It generally is pretty costly to sort of call that your home. Among all of our 4 adventurous travels, you've come across a call for action, a flyer that reads, Have you ever had someone rip your heart out? Showed you how little you matter after all the time you spent with them. Brave souls needed scalable compensation. Come to Northern Lorcai Island and find me at my tower. Knock twice, enter one at a time. Signed, Madame Jacqueline Dubois. Honestly, when you saw this call to action in this flyer, and anyone else who saw it, no one really took it seriously, but you all 4 knew the reputation of the people who lived on the island. So, you grabbed your things, used the last remaining funds you had to charter a ship, and it was only by happenstance that all of you guys met, on the same ship. As you guys started to head northwards towards the tower, now, I have a question for everyone here. I think it's safe to say that all these colorful characters here joined with us. The idea of an isolationist wizard living on a beautiful island paints a pretty clear picture to you all. Just as a general question to everyone, what goes into your mind?
Ooh. I would say when Aura first read that call to action, her first thought would have been, oh, this is someone heartbroken that wants revenge. I'm always down for that. I guess I'll go see. I'm pretty familiar with high magic and things like that, so couldn't hurt.
What is your thought process of an isolationist wizard living on an island? What does that image come to you like? Where do you think they live?
A tall tower, almost reminiscent of like a Rapunzel's tower, but with much more science and madness and just in her own magical experience, she could see that, oh, yeah, that actually would be kind of nice just to be away from everybody and just do science on my own.
I love it. Well, whatever you had in your minds, beyond that one as well, it's sadly a bit wrong. As your characters travel northwards, you are met with a full-on green-gated community, a residential space with a beyond the garish green gates are finely cut grass, paved roads, lightly armored and even more lightly clothed guards on little buggies, sort of like these arcane lifted spaces that patrol the area. And every house is a wondrous wizard's tower that all of them look uniformed. They all look the same. You essentially entered in Bel Air.
Essentially entered in a fancy community.
Yeah, and they all look the same. All the shrubbery look the same. It almost like the D&D equivalent of the HOA forbid any sort of like massive changes to someone's space.
Oh my god.
Personally, I'm picturing like just the towers, but like smaller and just like in rows.
Yeah,
like in my head, like all of them. Yeah.
They're
kind
all-
of picturing that SpongeBob episode where Squidward moves into the Squidward neighborhood.
Yes.
It's all the same.
They're all about 4 stories high, because they are towers, so they do have to be a bit high. But they're all like white painted, tan roofed with like rounded shrubbery that's been cut perfectly with a pathway. After speaking with the guards, you are led to Madame Dubois' tower, a plain white stone tower that goes up about 60 feet, about 4 to 5 stories tall. The tower is surrounded by the circular shrubbery, and as you look around, you can see it has the identical doors, identical windows to its neighbors, and the guards give you a wave and leave you standing in front of the Dubois lawn. Let's meet these characters who are standing in front of the lawn. First and foremost, let's start with Osavius.
Osavius is a warforged. He is a bit taller, built with new, clean metal, though perhaps maybe done a bit of handiwork personally on it, with a large cut peridot in his chest, or peridot, depending on how you pronounce it. His most notable features beyond that being a red moustache that is mysteriously affixed to his metal face, as well as eyes that are uncannily, in an uncanny fashion, a bit human-esque. Otherwise, just wearing a cloak and an unsatisfied expression.
What is going through Osavius' mind as you are stopped at, or you've sort of completed your journey and landed here on Madame Dubois' lawn?
Bit disappointed at the lack of creativity. It's all a bit blasé, but if someone wants revenge or being scorned by a lover, who am I to stop them?
I love it. Standing next to this warforged, this metallic cloaked individual, we have Ori. Please describe your character.
Ori is a water genasi. Really long flowing hair, looks like waves. She kind of looks like the steampunk kind of outfit with her, but not too garish or anything. And she's probably looking at Sabius very hard, just kind of out of curiosity, but also at the homes around her and feeling like this kind of seems about right, given the clientele she works with sometimes. Like very hoity-toity and used to getting their way. So she's like a little surprised, but not really about the whole situation.
Next to this beautiful blue figure, we have Asta. Please describe your character.
Asta, yeah, she is a 5'8" tiefling. She's fairly slender for her build, and she's got these dark orange horns that come all the way up to her face, and at the end when she tilts her head just the right way, you'll see the little charms on them kind of dangle, and if she's moving too fast, which she's kind of looking around a lot, they're gonna be swaying and jingling almost, which probably is very distracting. I personally would hate that, but it's a look. And she is a pale yellow colored tiefling who, at like the tips of her tail, are a little bit darker, almost into a peach color, and she's got super long hair that's also a peach shade. But yeah, she's definitely like scanning around, also very confused because she was picturing like a wizard's tower with like one of those. Does anybody remember those orbs that you touch and they have like the electricity in them?
Yeah.
And like the finger, like, yeah, when you put your finger on them. Yeah, like in her head, she was like, okay, cool. So we're going to a wizard's tower. That's what that looks like, even though she's a wizard. She's like, that's it. That's gotta be it. But yeah.
And standing next to this very light yellow tiefling, what's it called? Aura. Could you please describe your character?
So Aura is a human with this very thick, brown, wavy hair that just falls to her shoulders. It's almost reminiscent of strong ocean waves. She has these sort of golden hazel eyes, fair skin. She typically dresses in more dark blacks and reds. She seems to sort of have this air about her, like she knows that she came from someone important, but at the same time, she doesn't really like to talk about it. She has a sort of dry bit of humor and is just looking for things to do, new adventures to have, possibly advance her agenda a little bit. And she's sort of looking around, just sort of shocked at how cookie cutter this all is.
Yeah. Very copy paste.
Yeah.
Pleasantville style.
Because of all of you sort of mentioned that you've been sort of looking around as well, I would like a group perception check as you're currently standing here.
Okay.
There you go.
So we're going to go in order. Osavius?
That's a 4.
A 4.
It's a 4.
Osavius, you are deadlocked onto that door. Now, you remember it said knock twice and enter one at a time. That's your mission right now. You're not really looking around. Ori?
Her perception sucks, but I rolled a 19, so...
Oh, okay. All right, we're going to hold on.
Not too bad.
We're going to hold on to that. Asta?
It was a whole 5.
A whole 5.
A whole 5.
You're actually distracted a little bit as there currently is a wind chime. Probably the only thing that sort of makes Madame Dewois' tower a bit different is that there's just a single wind chime. And you start to sort of play with your own sort of baubles on your horns. And you're like, that'd be nice. Not sure.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Aura, what'd you get?
15.
15. Ori and by the way, Pyrea, I absolutely agree. We have a split of O's and A names. So.
Yeah.
And by the way,
I read them, but like it didn't click until I saw them on the graphics, and I was like, oh, and we're even split. It's like the first 2 O's and the first 2 A's. I was like, okay, there.
yeah, and it definitely when it comes down to pronunciation, O's and A's definitely start to share a bit of a family there. So I apologize if I slip up. There's a lot of O's and A's. There's a lot of Aura and Ori. See,
Yep.
you are the two more focused on the actual area around you as you start to sort of give a quick glance. There are kind of like these skinny little wizard guys who are currently like getting like a scythe, like a small like almost like a copy paste scythe. We're sort of just cleaning up their lawn, just sort of doing lawn maintenance. Like you can hear like, "How you doing, Jim? Oh, I'm doing fine. The kids are doing great." And you occasionally do see like a group of mothers or like essentially the D&D equivalents of like Karens just sort of give you eyes. Like, there's new people in town. Who are these people? Just not really fully trustworthy of those who don't live here. As they continue walking along their ways, you can hear them whispering and muttering at themselves.
Rude.
Or just kind of looks back at him like...
And they kind of like start to like butter at themselves, like, oh, how ghastly, and they start to walk a little faster.
Is there anything like on the porch, I guess I could say, or like in the entryway of this house? Like not chime, but like loose plant or something.
Oh, loose plant? No, everything is it's very like
Orderly.
Everything's purposed here. It actually kind of very contradictory of what your entire lifestyle is, Ori, is that, you know, there is no personality to this order, which kind of is a little concerning.
It's boring.
Yeah, it's boring.
She's gonna try and, because I forget how my feet works a little bit.
New characters.
Yeah, new.
Yeah, right.
Jump out of the car and roll. Anyway, I'm gonna use my mage hand to knock on the door.
Okay, you. This almost translucent arcane water hand goes outwards and knocks twice.
Yeah, okay.
Oh no, go
in
for
character, I was gonna be like, yeah. Asta's gonna remind you, we've got to knock twice.
Yeah. No, she's only gonna knock twice. So she'll knock twice and then just slowly start walking.
Okay. You still walk up. The door, you can actually hear like multiple locks, like, and then finally, it opens up only about an inch.
And if there's something on the floor, she's gonna slightly move it to make it crooked, just to.
There's a welcome mat that you can like kick it a little bit, and it slides.
Slides it a little bit.
Yeah.
There, it's better. And she walks in.
All right.
Touch everything.
The first to walk in, we have Ori. Ori, could you roll me a d4, please?
One.
What'd you get?
One.
A 1! Ori, as you walk into the door itself, you see a bright shining light that almost arches, covers this arch, this entryway. And as you slowly enter in, the door behind you closes, and you are blinded as almost like a camera flash happens in your eye, a flashbang that slowly starts to fade away, and you find yourself in a modest-looking bathroom. A white marble sink, a toilet to the right, some towels. Towelettes are a thing, right? Towelettes?
Yeah.
Okay.
In this place, probably.
Sure. Yeah, there you go. Some toothbrush, some other like, anything you can find essentially in a bathroom, you can kind of think it's here. So I'm going to let the characters have full reign in what they might be able to find. If you want to try to find it, and if it's available in that room, you can find it. Behind you, the door that you just entered from has already closed, and along the mirror, almost like written in steam, words start to appear that writes, "What devilish things could you do to this washroom of the person who hurt you? After you finish your trick, leave."
What's in the medicine kit? Does she have a medicine cabinet?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm letting you guys have fun. There is actually a mirror that you can like click open, but sort of like a golden sheen light that you open upwards, and there are medicines and creams. There is like for like upset stomach stuff. Like there's actual like Tum versions, like medicine here. Yeah, like scissors for like
Is there any cleaning stuff in here, like hidden or underneath the sink?
Probably underneath the sink. You sort of open up the sink underneath the sink itself, and you can find like cleaning supplies, bleach. You can find gloves. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if she has like a drain stopper or something, or even if it's just something big enough to stop the drain,
sure,
she'll use her mage hand to stop all the drains and like turn on the water, and then just put bleach and mix it with some chemicals, and then just close the door and walk out.
Oh, you're walking out of the bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, hold on, let me see if I have something else to add.
Okay.
I forgot.
I'll let you figure that out before I describe what happens.
Yeah, no, she just mixes it together with the mage hand and like a mess of shape water and all that, and then she just slowly closes the door.
You use shape water?
Yeah.
All right, you go to so there's actually like a bathtub, and then there's like a shower area. Like this is a ritzy bathroom. You go to the tub, pull in the stopper, and it locks up, so you can actually fill it with water. you just turn on, you use your mage hand to stop the actual drain from the shower. You do the same stopper to the sink, and you just turn all of the water on, actually using your shape water to start pooling water even faster.
And she's essentially mixing all the chemicals. Like, she fully knows you're not supposed to mix bleach and ammonia, but she's gonna do that and then like throw some.
You're doing that and putting in like bubble bath soap.
Yeah.
And so it's getting like, you can see bubbles starting to form.
That's why she's like, once she sees the fumes and stuff, she's like, I'm out. I'm gonna go.
Yeah. I'll say as you walk out, you can hear like the foot, like almost like wet shoes, like as you kind of move out of the way, open the door, you see a bright white light, and as you close it behind you, who's next? Who's gonna enter in the room? Like, enter in the tower?
Osavius will step up.
Osavius. Okay. Osavius, roll me a d4.
All right. That was also a 1.
A 1. Well, you're going to go to the next one.
Oof.
Osavius, you knock twice with your metallic Warforge hand, open the door, and you see a bright white light. And as you step through it, your vision goes white, and you appear in a nicely sized kitchen. A cauldron bubbling with an ever-lit flame, a magical cold box, a fridge, sits in the corner, and a cutting space within a small island that with stools for sitting and eating. Anything you can imagine within this kitchen is here. There are numerous cupboards that line the walls and several decorative signs that read "Kiss the Cook," and on a black plaque that reads, "Sometimes it feels good to be petty." If you have to play a prank on someone who hurts you within this kitchen, what would you do? After you're done setting up your prank, leave to the living room behind you.
Okay. He's gonna start using whatever he has in his backpack and inventory, and whatever he can find around, to start like setting up a more mechanical sort of spring trap at the door we came in. So, like, rigging things together with rope, tying it together, like grabbing different ingredients, specifically powder, or flour, I should say.
Yeah, you can go through one of the cabinets and find flour underneath, or like in one of the cabinets in the dry space.
Yeah, grab that, tie that up toward like the ceiling, make sure that's hooked up to other things, start filling the cauldron with boiling water, and then set up some sort of, like, I guess I would call it, say, like a, forgot the word for a lighter, some sort of light, or match, open flame, so that should the door be opened, the powder is released from the ceiling and fills the room, the match lights and causes the flour to burst into flame.
Yeah, I'm fully aware what happens when... Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I think for this complicated of a trick, I think I'm going to actually ask you to make a roll to see if it doesn't go off prematurely while you're doing your trick.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to leave it up to you. You can either do a sleight of hand using more of your dexterous fingers, or if you want to use a bit of your intelligence, you can try that as well. So either an intelligence check or a sleight of hand check.
Okay, I'll go with intelligence.
Okay.
I think the modifiers are the same. Okay, that's 15?
15. You've done this once before, and so it's not that difficult as you slowly start to put all the pieces together, get the light going, and just put the flour just in the right spot. After you sort of step back, avoiding the trap itself, sort of dusting whatever leftover flour is on your mechanical hands, and you feel fairly confident that you've put it in place.
Perfect. The final nail in the coffin is he'll go over and just, using a dagger, loosen the screws on the tops of all of the cupboard cabinets. So should you touch them, they will fall off their hinges or like swing open and like be all disconjointed.
Okay, perfect.
And then we'll walk into the living room.
All right.
That's petty.
Yeah. Asta, Oro, who's next?
I'll go if you don't want to go first.
Go ahead.
Aura will go knock with her hand.
Perfect. Roll me a d4.
Okay. 4.
4. As you walk through this blinding white door, the archway, the flash of light starts to give a bit of stars in your eyes as you slowly have to recorrect your vision, and you find yourself in a small study space. A wooden table with numerous important looking notes and ink vials to the side, a bookshelf with a variety of literature and small little baubles and trinkets like a toy ship in a bottle, a glass case that looks like it's houses an expensive toy, and a fully organized deck of arcane flashcards, all numbered and placed in meticulous order. Finally, off in the corner is a wooden podium with a floating spell book that quickly flips through pages until it stops upon a blank page, and it starts to etch in almost magically as it says, "Have you ever been wronged in a bad way? What if you could play a trick on the person who wronged you? Show me your trick. When you're done, walk out the door."
Ooh. Looking around the room, Ara will take the ship in the bottle in your hand, and she'll just hold it. And as she looks around and sees the meticulous sort of ordering of the book, she will cast Prestidigitation and cause them all to move at random, so that there's no more order at all.
Yeah, you just start to see them
moves.
pulled out, pushed back in, and put into random orders. It's no longer color-coded, and now it's just numerous colors in different sizes.
Chaos. She will pull one of the other books off of the shelf and put it underneath one of the back legs of the desk so that it's constantly wobbly. She will take the ship in the bottle and put it in one of her bags to keep for herself.
Okay. All right.
Looking around, subtle, but infuriating. I think that will do. She'll walk away.
You walk away.
Walk out the door.
The white light meets you again, and we are left with Asta standing outside as, before you walk in, once again, a group of mothers across the street kind of walk. They're across the street from you. They sort of walk and they stop and just watch you, sort of judging.
She's just gonna go in. She's gonna go in.
Okay. You knock.
Are they? Yeah. And then I got a 4 on the D4 roll.
Asta, you open the door, and as the bright light starts to fade within your vision, you arrive within a large master bedroom. A king-size bed that sits in the middle of the room with numerous customizable pillows with the initials IC on them. A dresser with men's undergarments, as you can see, currently opened up halfway, and you can see socks and underwear and undershirts and things like that. You can see there is an open closet off to the side with much more men's clothing, like box of hats and shoes. There's a blue rug at the base of the bed, and with one of those like metal umbrella holder, like one of those like floor holders, but instead of umbrellas, it houses numerous staffs and wands. There is a large white quilt that is draped across the bed, and you can see written or quilted in red yarn. It reads, "Imagine the person who broke your heart, left you alone in this room. What would you do? Show me. And after you're done with your retribution, leave through the door behind."
I need everybody to understand that my first thought was like, set it all on fire. But that's I was like, well, technically. But okay, so no, she will first go and examine the wands in that like umbrella holder real quick, and she's gonna see if they are like stuck there, or if she could like take them and then try and snap them.
Yeah. You start to investigate the wands a little bit. You sort of tap them, make sure that there's nothing fishy there, and they jiggle around. Looks like they're loose, and you can definitely take one out. And
okay.
you can definitely try.
Yeah. She's gonna take the first one. How many are in there? Roughly?
There's actually about like 7 in there.
Okay, she'll definitely try and break all of them. Not even kidding you. That is an inconvenience.
Since
She's gonna try and break all of them.
Since you have all the time in the world, roll me a athletics check with advantage.
Okay. I am winning today, you guys. 13 in total.
13. You get through about 4 of them where you start to snap. You start to snap them all, and you get to the 5th one, and it looks a little bit of a more sturdy oak build. It's more of a staff than a wand, as the rest of the staffs have been snapped. And you're trying to break it, and you do that thing where you just like put it over your knee, and you're sort of pushing all your weight down, and you're like, oh, okay, it's bruising a knee, and you have to sort of stop your time. Then
my thing just fell on my head.
And then
Sorry.
the world starts to crumble down on you as a decorative pillow from a shelf hits you in the face. Yeah.
Yeah, it's playing in 4D. I guess it's like one of my acoustic panels or whatever, and it just popped. Anyway, look at us.
Yeah, look at that. Well, you were able to snap about 4 out of the 7.
Okay. She'll go ahead and put the other ones back, and then on the bed, she'll take all of the pillows and like toss them off the bed, and I really do. I just like want to set things on fire. She'll go over to. You said there were like a dresser drawer. She'll go ahead and start to set the clothing on fire that she can find. So control flame. She'll go ahead and do control flames. Let's see if I can make this work in a 5-foot cube.
Sure. In order to do control flame, I think there has to be an existing flame. But
yeah,
I'm going to be very honest. This is open flow, so there is absolutely like a lantern keeping this place lit. And you sort of just grab a bit of the flame ember, and you're holding in your hand, and you have now full use to do what you want with it.
Okay. Yeah. So she'll guide that and take it into like the dresser. She'll set all that stuff on fire, and she'll pull it across to the closet and start setting all of that stuff on fire. And as she's doing that, she'll actually take the fire across like the walls too, and just like make like marks all over the walls. But like, you know how when you get like a candle too close to something and it just like sets it a little on fire, not like
like the wallpaper starts to curl a little bit.
Yeah. So she's gonna make it like super dingy and ugly looking. As much as she can like reach up and down, she's gonna start doing that to make it like all super wonky. And then I would say that she's going to cast. Let's see which one would be. I wonder. Okay, so would thunderclap move things as well? Like, would it rattle things like an earthquake style?
Hell yeah, why not?
Okay. I was like, if not, I could do thaumaturgy as well, which I know.
No,
like,
let's do it. Yeah, just.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So she'll do thunderclap, and the entire. I don't know how much of it will. I'll say like shake the mattress enough. If you'll let it like fall over, that would be lovely. Whatever she can get to fall over with thunderclap, she'll just like knock it all to smithereens, basically.
You release thunder. You sort of slam your hands together, and this echo of thunderous sound releases from your space. So much so that like the dressers start to rattle a little bit. Whatever like metal holdings sort of shake within their space. The actual mattress, like this spring mattress, like is pushed upwards about like 5 feet, like in a diagonal, like about a few degrees, and then it lands hard. And then when it bounces, it's not fully even. It slowly starts to shift over. So much so that you can actually see now a full crack starting to form on the actual legs of the bed.
Cool. Is there anything else in the room that looks... we're supposed to go back through the door. I know, like, once we were done being chaotic about things, but are there any other entrances or, like, windows in the room?
There is a window that currently is a little difficult to get to because currently the wall around it is on fire. Or kind of like, it's a bit embery right now. And it's actually getting a little smoky in the room, too.
Okay. So she's gonna do that, and then she'll go ahead and go back through the door.
Okay.
Okay.
You all four of you at the exact same time. It almost feels like time, like you all entered at different times, but as you all start to emerge from these four separate spaces, you find yourself, all four of you find yourself in the living room. There is a large, almost curved wall with a bookshelf on it, with numerous books and knickknacks and other like arcane implements. There are numerous couches and seatings. There is a fireplace off to the side that's currently having a soft roaring fire. The soft crackling of it can be heard as you all enter. You actually can all look around and see your other teammates, people you met on the boat, kind of emerge also. And I think the only one, well, let's see here. Yeah, I think Ori and Asta, when you leave, there's a bit of water that follows you, Ori, as you close the door behind you. And there's a bit of smoke that follows Asta as you currently close the door behind you, sort of give a quick eye.
I think Ori just has her, like, gets her clock out from her hair and is just timing the explosion because she put enough equal parts ammonia and bleach into the water. And she's just waiting for, like, the bathroom door to blow open.
But one figure actually greets you as she's currently sitting on one of the red velvet couches that's here. There's like a red rug underneath. There are numerous gold statues, like little small like busts in this area. It is a woman, looks like to be maybe in her late 30s. She has sort of short black hair, a bit wavy and curly. She wears these thick rounded glasses that are a bit shaded, a bit tinted. Very pale skin, kind of a very like almost like a birthmark on numerous spaces on her face. Wearing a black like blazer with almost like a red dress shirt as he sort of sits there. Black like suit pants with beautiful red heels. She has it crossed right now. She's currently leaning against the edge of the couch, holding a red glass of wine, and there is a gigantic smile upon her face as she goes, "Oh my goodness, that was absolutely wonderful. I saw everything. Please sit down, enjoy yourself. Would you like some wine?" And she sort of wafts a hand, and you see a bit of like a tea set, but instead of with tea, it has like a bottle of wine with numerous glass cups there. And she's like, "Oh, that was amazing. One thing I do need to correct one thing," and sort of snaps a finger, and a little bit of water that's been trickling out of the bathroom gets pulled back, and a bit of the smoke that's currently crawling underneath pulls back, and she's like, "And for the bathroom trick and the kitchen trick, I absolutely loved it. Chaotic, that was very good in the bedroom. And I saw that. I absolutely love the initiative, taking the boat. Honestly, that's the type of thinking I need, really. Well, sit down. Enjoy yourselves."
Thank you. I'm interested to find out what's happened. Tell me about this awful person that seems to have hurt you. Or someone you know, at least, and want revenge.
Oh, so awful. Honestly, it left me asunder. Well, I think I should do this first and foremost. I am Madame Dubois. It is a pleasure to meet you all. May I have your names, please?
I'm Aura.
Aura? Pleasure. Bit of magic I saw you use. Very chaotic. I loved it.
I try.
Ori, and Ori's like not looking at her. She's still looking at her watch, trying to figure out if like it's temporary or it's actually gonna explode.
Pleasure to meet you, Ori. What is that you have there?
Oh, I'm timing your bathroom explosion, if it's gonna go off or not.
That's been cleaned up, believe me. That is my bathroom.
Oh.
And I cannot have it exploding.
So our deeds have all been cleaned up?
Yes. I would like to definitely enjoy... speaking of kitchen, I very much enjoy that little trick. The top cabinets, really? Oh, that is just devilish.
So are we destroying things just for you to fix them?
No, it simply wanted to see if the people who decided to answer my call had the right mentality.
It was a test.
Yes, it
I
was.
see, I see. Well, I am Asta.
Pleasure.
And I am Osavius.
Osavius, pleasure. Both of you, and sort of points to Osavius and Asta, dangerous lot. I saw that trick with the flower, and I saw that trick with the flame. Whew. She sort of gets a bit of a shiver on her. She's like, that's very interesting. Would anyone like some cheese and crackers? We have some very rare wyvern pepper jack, imported from the Heroes Banquet within Ventia. If anyone is interested, sort of floats a bit of a platter to you guys.
No,
Or he's
thank
just
you,
making
Dane.
like a cheese sandwich out of
I
crackers.
understand. I got it.
Take some wine.
Oh, yes,
Sit
enjoy
down
yourselves.
elegantly.
Yeah.
Well, to your...
Not to be rude, but could we have a little bit more of a specifics on what we're doing in this sort of odd tower?
Oh, absolutely. Well, you're at my home. Welcome. Always welcomed.
Oh, it's clever.
I actually have a mission for those brave souls, such as yourself, with a bit of a chaos running through their veins, and I love the way you handled yourself. Simply said, I have been hurt. My heart has been broken and stepped upon, and I think I'm due for a little bit revenge. Unfortunately, that rat bastard is somewhat following my socials. Conversations. So I cannot do it myself, and very much a bit of a wild one, that one as well. And I've learned very late in our relationship that not all that he seems. The target is Eldance Bordoon, my ex. Ugh. I would like
What
you
a
to...
name.
Yes, well, he was very fond of himself. I would like you to go to his tower, simply a few blocks away, and I would like you to create a bit of havoc. She sort of goes into one of her bags and pulls out a key. Still have a spare key from when we were dating.
Devilish.
Hands it to one of you.
Now, tell me, what would be a personal, so that this could really pack a punch? What is something... values? What was something that means something to the relationship to sort of throw back in his face?
Oh, well, hitting right at the core. I like the questions.
I don't do these things in halves.
I see. Well, she reaches into one of her pouches, pulls out a blank parchment, and hands it to you all, and actually hands you about 4 copies. So you all have copies of this. Because he is stalking my discussions, I need to be very discreet on how I present what I plan to do, in case he decides to look at what I'm doing. But regardless, once you enter in his tower, the illusionary script will show you what tasks I have for you all. Very simplistic. Honestly, the things that you did to my rooms, way more than I was expecting. I love that. And I will pay you... Let's see here. What should be a good compensation? I will pay you 2,000 gold pieces per task completed. And honestly, I've only wrote down maybe 12 ideas, 10 or so. If you get creative, I'll pay you even more for that.
Okay.
And when you say 12,000 per task, is that also per person or per person who completes the task?
That would be 2,000 per task, my dear man. No, it's completely fine. We're a bard. We're making sure that the terms are agreed upon.
Of course, of course.
So I wrote down about 10 tasks, some ideas that are popping in my own mind. It gets personal, to your point, Aura.
Good.
But if you can get creative, I'll pay you an additional 2,000 per task completed. I am capped. I'm not made of gold, obviously. I have a cap of about 50,000 gold pieces to provide. So anything above that, I apologize, that's my cap.
And again, just to be clear, that's 50,000 to split among the four of us.
Exactly.
All right.
Yes.
Doable.
So I'm going to stay behind. I'm going to keep a scrying eye on my good boy Bordoon. And I will send you a message if he seems to getting close. So don't dawdle.
Does he have any, like, traps or passwords or dogs?
Welcome to a wizard's tower, darling, my dear Ori. Of course you're going to run into some defenses. And unfortunately, we've been broken up for a few months now, so I don't know if he's changed anything.
He changed the locks. Get it.
Yes.
Why do I have this? Yeah, feeling this key is not going to work.
Do we have a time frame in which to work with?
I don't know how long he's going to be out. Currently, he is down away from the communal space and going down to where all the vacation folks go. Honestly, I like to stay away from those bunch. So I don't know how long.
All right. We'll have to be quick then.
Yes.
Right, then we
Well-
are wasting time here.
Are we at agreement? 2,000 per completed task?
I fully agree.
I agree.
And if you hurry back, we can watch the fun.
Oh.
Sounds lovely.
Perfect. Ooh, this is going to be amazing. She claps her hand, and with a push of her arms, you actually see that the room starts to extend outwards. She starts to get a little further away from you until almost feels like the space that you're standing on gets pulled back, and you are standing outside as the door reshapes and closes, and you can just hear a little bit of her chuckle as the door finally closes. As you are standing outside, I'll say in the medium, she has given you sort of directions to find El Dance's tower.
I put some cheese and crackers in one of my many pockets to go.
Sure. You can still be holding the glass, and you're kind of like holding a plate and a glass, and you're still standing outside.
Yeah.
Just put it. Maybe I could use this for later.
All right. Let's get a move on.
Okay. Here we go.
You walk about 5 blocks. It doesn't take too long, and honestly, you have to double check your movements as you start to walk, as everything looks the same. You start to see numbers labeled and then a name, and you finally find a tower named Eldance Bordoon. Once again, everything looks exactly the same, because welcome to a residential space. If everyone's ever been to a gated community, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, and there you stand on a somewhat similar looking lawn, looking at a white stone tower.
Do we see any other residents around us?
Roll me a perception check.
Similarly, is there any shade or like areas to kind of duck away from public eye?
Yeah, the way the sun is currently positioned, you can walk towards one of the shade, like one of the sides of the tower. It does cast a shade.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was a 10 in total. Guys, I'm doing great.
You kind of quickly move a little bit as you can hear a barking behind you. And you see an older gentleman in a bathrobe who's currently walking his dog. Doesn't seem to pay you too mind unless you count the full morning. He currently walks by.
Oh. Should just like wave.
Yeah.
Trying to be casual.
He just sort of shakes his head like, visitors. Continue walks.
And just a quick question. Around the tower, how close are other houses? Because like if you've been in a suburb, they can all see your windows.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. There's maybe about a 10 to 15 around that size on each side to the next, like essentially the way it is a tower. There's a bit of a walkway and pathway, like a yard, like just grass that goes into the backyard a little bit. And then there's a fence. Between both towers, it's about maybe 15 feet. So not a lot of room.
Too close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, and last quick question: do we see windows, like ground level windows, on either side of the towers?
There actually is no ground level windows. There are windows on the
Okay.
3rd and 4th story, but not on the ground.
Okay. Okay, look at this. I feel like this is going to be too easy. So I don't know about the rest of you, but I mean, I sort of need as much money as I can get. Who has the key?
Yes.
Yeah,
I believe
who's
it
given
was-
the key?
Who has the
I think
key?
it was Ori?
I'll take it out of my hair.
Okay.
She's eating cheese cracker.
That's convenient. You have a
love
lot
it.
stored in there.
It's a good storage space. I mean, I could try it with the mage hat if you want, so we don't get booby trapped.
I could also just check for traps myself.
It's fair. That's fair.
I think both are a good idea.
Osavia says that, planted against one of the tower on the side. Check for traps.
Don't worry. I do this a lot.
Go.
Shuffle
Go.
around.
I can also technically set an alarm behind us in case he gets too close to the door.
That is a great idea. I don't know about the rest of you, but she said 50,000.
Yes, split evenly amongst the four of us. It would be, I believe I calculated 12,500 for each of us.
Right.
Yeah, so she has a
That
she has a cap
satisfies
of
I would take
yeah, she has a cap of 50,000,
50,000.
but you can you might not earn that full amount if you don't do as many tasks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I do not want to sound rude or anything, but if I do more tasks than you guys do,
You won't.
okay. Oh, okay.
It's a big house.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to get a pen and paper.
I wonder how much she would pay if we just burned it down.
No, that's too far. It has to be something petty that he will come back to and live with and have to clean up. Burn down,
know-
start from the ground up. This time he's gonna
You
have to either
understand.
bulldoze or clean it out.
It is much
That's
more of a
fair.
hassle if we make things messy.
Plus, if it's
That is-
But I
insured,
guess-
then he just gets a whole new freaking house.
Exactly.
Fair.
We must
Wonder if
make
there's
it.
a way to sort of ruin the integrity of the construction. Have you ever lived in a house that wasn't built right? It's miserable.
Oh, that is a good idea. I do have a lot of spells that are fairly destructive, so I will keep that in mind. All right. Well, do we want to try the key? I am sorry. I do not remember names very well. What's your lovely water hair? You.
Ori.
Ori. I will probably not remember that, so do not take offense to it.
It's okay. I've been called worse.
That is fair. Yeah, I mean, I did say that your hair was lovely, so
I imagine the key would be a good place to start. If
Well, I don't
nothing
mind
else,
checking
and
for
then-
traps. I'm not a big fan of getting, for example, say electrocuted or caught on fire or sounding on the alarm.
Yeah, with your hair,
Exactly.
I imagine electrocution is
Yeah.
especially dangerous.
Yeah. Plus, I got a couple of metal things
That's a strong
somewhere.
poster, Yeah.
I know the feeling. I will go to the door and start checking for traps.
Roll me an investigation check.
Okay. Math, 23.
23.
18 plus 5.
hey,
You start to slowly trace your hand around the edging of the door, starting to use a bit like you almost like you have like this mechanical like toolkit on your fingers. Bit of the metal pieces on you start to slip through the cracks, just sort of making sure that there's no like tripwires or hooks that are released when the door is open. And you are able to find one on the bottom, and you slowly clip through one of the hoops and locks, and look around and perch it onto something else so that it doesn't trigger.
Good thing we didn't try that key first. And he'll stand back up, and then, if you'd like to open it now, I believe you're free to.
I mage hat the door open.
Using the key.
Yeah.
The key and the key is released as you open the door with your mage hand. Nothing occurs as the trap has been dismantled, and you are welcomed in. No white light this time. Instead, you see what looks like to be a living room, a circular roomed living room.
Or emotions to like the other two outside, like, hurry up, we gotta get to the door.
Ushering in.
Goes in.
Yeah, Asta will go ahead and pick up her pace a little bit as she's jingling along.
And I lightly close the door behind us with the mage hand.
All right. You find yourself in a tan-painted walled room, circular, with a staircase off to the side, that sort of circular staircase that goes up into the higher floors. There is this velvet purple couch with velvet blue chairs all around. There's a golden mantled fireplace with an active fire currently going on right now. There are numerous little like boxes and twine areas, like just like storage spaces around this space. There's like a little window that was not seen from the outside, almost like some sort of illusionary magic was hiding it to get some natural light inside. Numerous knickknacks. What looks like a similar for you, Aura, a similar wooden ship in a bottle that sits upon the fireplace. There are wicker baskets
That's
and
kind of cute.
blankets and pillows. There's a coffee table with a very expensive tea set, but it's currently empty. And as you all look down at the paper given to you, text starts to form. And it says, write something somewhere, make it loud. Something along the lines of, I had to look around, asshole. And the second one reads, and this is actually very important, off in the corner, you actually do see it looks like a working gramophone. And there is a box full of records that says, scratch every single last one of his records.
Done. On it now.
Terrible.
Before I start, I'm gonna set an alarm on the door.
Are you casting the spell or using the ritual?
I mean, while they're doing this, like, I'll use the ritual to save the spell slot.
So that means Ori is currently dispatched because it does take 10 minutes to do that.
She's drawing little gears around the door.
Oh,
and
nice.
She's gonna make it mental, so only she hears it, but she's gonna let it be for us four, essentially. So anybody but us four won't trigger it.
Okay.
Soft
There
clockwork.
it is. Betraying us already. While she's doing that, Asta will go ahead and go over to the records and start like pulling
Same.
them out, and with her like fingertips, like her claws, she's just gonna like scratch all of them and just like start
I was gonna do
writing.
that too.
Yeah, writing things into them. Like, what was that main message again?
So
It
she-
says write something loud, and then what was the second part?
essentially, she said, make it like visible, like it's supposed to be visible, something loud, something along the lines of, I had to look around, asshole.
Okay, so she'll etch an asshole into at least one of them, and then she'll put it back, but she'll make sure that it's like in the case and then put it back. So she wants it to be like not noticeable until he goes to like, oh wow, that's great, they didn't mess with my records, and then he goes to play it and then they're funky. Yeah.
I think-
I was kind of thinking maybe doing something along the lines of like minor illusion to sort of change the surface of
Ooh.
the record so that it literally just says asshole on repeat when he plays it.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Or what you start to do is that you see records that are like, it's very funny because you start to go through the records, both of you, Asta and Aura, but you start to notice actual labels, and a lot of it is like the last of the blues, or like, like very like coffee lounge cafe music, like very Muzak. And it's like so and so and the band something like that, and you start to change it to like the asshole and the asshole band, produced and published by Asshole Incorporated, and you start to just change everything about it, making sure that everything has a bit of a pun, and just making sure that message is sent.
Amazing.
Perfect.
While they're off doing
I also will go to the ship in the bottle, and instead of keeping this one, I just like break it on the mantle and just let it go.
The bottle smashes, a bunch of glass falls to the floor, and the actual ship itself, being delicate inside the bottle, you see one of the masts snaps.
Ah, good.
Asavius will start working on the loud message in a more visual sense. He's going to first kind of like find his way to the kitchen and look for any like flammable adhesive in some sense. Maybe like if he could find I don't know if it'd be necessarily adhesive, but something that can like stick to the walls, like lard or something.
I think instead of going to the kitchen, you find that there is a bunch of like red candles here that can be burned with the fireplace, and you can start to write something if you needed to.
Perfect. He'll start writing the message out on the wall, and once he has that as like his guide, he's going to take his dagger and go over to the couch and just basically skin the couches of that purple velvet.
Uh-huh.
And then kind of glue it to the wall over that message. So the message itself is in that luxurious velvet.
Oh my god.
And then he's going to start setting up like a little trail, similar kind of to the idea that he had in the previous kitchen, leading it to the front door so that when the front door opens, it will light a match that will burn up to the message and set the velvet on fire so that the message is loud and burns.
Oh my god, you're doing like a Joker thing.
Yes.
Yeah. We're just sending a message.
Phenomenal.
So you're setting up a trap where when the door opens, we'll roll me intelligence check, because I know you're setting a trap for this. Yeah.
Yes.
Is that the only way we can get out?
No, we can still get out. It's set to allow us for.
Yeah, I'll like leave it so that we can get out.
It's like we're gonna set it. We leave the next time. Oh no, I tripped.
21.
21. I'll say this, because you guys do have to leave from this front door to leave. Osavius, what you do is that you start to go through your bag and you pull out a little flint and you sort of stick it underneath the bottom of the door. And but before you leave, hopefully you remember this, you leave an equally sized adhesive of steel, so that when he opens the door, on the very bottom it scrapes and causes a spark.
I love it. I love it. Perfect.
And already on your page, you can see the illusionary script. The write something loud has been crossed out, and the scratch, every single one of those records have been scratched out.
Yes.
And the only thing that you can really see in your current vicinity, you can still mess with the living room if you want to continue doing so, but the only thing you could see is the staircase that leads upwards in this sort of spiral fashion.
Aura is going to take the time to move every piece of furniture over by 2 inches.
Oh, I knew someone was going to do that. I love that.
I was gonna say I'll help, but I'm just doing it with my mind.
Yeah.
Still doing something.
Oh my god.
I think Ori's just stuffing the horn part of this machine with cheese, and then she's crumbling up some little crackers in the gears.
Before we go up the stairs, can we check out that window real quick to see? You said that it looked like magic. Is it a magic window that you just can't see from the outside?
Yeah.
So, are people watching?
Roll me an Arcana check.
That's going to be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Good.
I mean, being an individual who studied magic, definitely someone of the arcane arts, you immediately recognize sort of the sigils and runes around the edging of this sort of window. It is an enchanted window. It is essentially a two-way mirror where you get a sense that on the opposite side of this wall or this window, it just looks like a wall. The way it's enchanted, it's letting in daylight inwards, but from the outside, it just looks like a wall.
I can't see us.
Yeah.
Okay. Because yeah. I'm having the feeling that if we're seen from the outside at all, these are some very Karen-style neighbors. Besides that old man, he seems pretty cool.
You do see the group walking outside, but they're not looking in your direction.
Okay.
But they are walking around.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, that was everything on the list. If everybody is ready, Asta's gonna say as she's like going towards the stairs.
Yeah, I start going towards the stairs.
Okay. You are met by 5 doorways as you start to go up towards this spiral staircase. Each of them, not really, there's no really like indicator of what door leads to what. It's just 5 simple red wooden doors. And you can see on the illusionary script you wrote, you start to see a message, sort of a note written from Madame Dubois that writes, "This asshole loved to make everything interesting. I could never find the kitchen. He always told me to find the bathroom, and I can never find it. I don't know which door leads to which."
Sounds like an awful relationship, my dear.
Sounds like the worst.
Oh.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Should we kind of just start with one door or open them all and see?
Tori's already opening a door with her makeup. It's like, what?
Oh, I just realized you're not technically using a mage hand. You're using your telekinesis.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, so it's not like a spell. She's just doing it.
You just look at a door, and the door opens up quickly.
This place is haunted.
Yeah.
Well, can she do that from all the way back at her house? That was pretty cool.
Roll me a d10 if you can,
D10.
Tori.
7.
Yeah. Then Asta will go to the third one then.
All right. Well, Ori, you open the door right away. You open what looks like to be a storage area. It is a fairly large room with it looks like a square space room. It's somewhat strange. Again, you're in a wizard's tower where everything is a circular tower, but as you enter in this room, it looks like from the outside it shouldn't go out, but it does into a square space. As you see numerous shelves, built-in shelves and cupboards, a table with numerous like candle holders, but instead of candles, they're holding circular glass orbs. There are a couple of skulls, like small like fox skulls and dog skulls, and sort of hanging from the wall. There are like sigils and pentagrams, sort of like just arcane symbols on the ground. There's one particular large one in the center of the room. And there are like chests and boxes and bottles and vials that line some of these shelving units. Yeah, and it's just a bunch of boxes and sigils and things in here.
Make a check to see if she understands what that big one is in the middle of the floor?
Roll me an Arcana check.
Did I assist with that?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, Aura kind of joins you. You can roll with advantage. And Asta, are you still opening the third door? Or are you seeing this and joining Ori and Aura?
Not bad. 17?
I'll go ahead and join them just because if we could do it faster together, that's a better idea.
Sure. I'm sorry, Ori, what was that?
17.
17. You recognize the large circular arcane sigil to be a scrying, like almost like a built-in scrying space. And you remember when Madame Dubois said that he was following her socials.
Starts destroying it.
My favorite thing.
Few things. So that's what you noticed with that arcane check.
Would we know if we could destroy that?
You can certainly
Like cut the signal?
You can try.
Yeah, like just start scraping it out.
But would it detect, like, make him know that we were here? You know what I mean? Should that be something that like we wait to do?
Maybe we do it on the way out.
Okay. All right.
Fair.
If
If he's not on it, he couldn't be scrying right now, unless he has another one, and then he wouldn't
maybe
be aware of this one.
I don't know. You can put runes on a lot of things, and magic can be very
fair.
cool. So, who knows?
You look at the script, the illusionary script given to you, and as you walk into this room, 2 new tasks are written. "Oh, you found the storage area," and the first one writes, "Find the doll within the navy blue ribboned wrapped chest. Wind it up and leave it there." The other one writes, "Replace my sigil. Keep my name, but change it to someone else's. So essentially, like, change my number."
I love this.
Yes.
I'm gonna try and change the number, quote unquote.
Roll me investigation check. Everyone who's gonna try to change, who's gonna look around for that.
Okay. I'll roll.
All right, so we have all three of you. Osavius, what are you doing?
16.
He watched them go into this room and saw all the sigils and all of the wizardy jibber jabber and went, "Nope." They can handle that. They're spell magic users. Not my suit.
I rolled a 16.
Rolled a 16.
I get a 16 too.
Me too.
What?
I got a 14 plus 2.
Oh my god!
Should I like a supercharge or something? Like 3 16s at once?
We're gonna hold
automatic
on.
win or something?
That's amazing. We're gonna hold on to the first hot second. Osavius, so you see Ori, Asta, and Aura immediately all conjure where there is a actual desk, and it looks like. I think we're all aware I think we all remember what a little black book is when it came down to your contacts. Essentially, you do find like a tome of this, the equivalent of that, where you see sigil patterns and arcane runes that are written in pencil, and you see like names, like you see like George and Carl and Thomas, and you see Martha, and then you do see Jacqueline Dubois. But we'll get into that in a second. Osavius, as you see that all happen, what are you doing?
I'm just gonna skip ahead, go to the next room, next door over.
Oh, you're gonna skip this one?
I'm gonna say,
Yeah, they seem to have this covered.
I'm gonna yell, if you find the bathroom, let me know. I call dibs.
Okay.
I popped it.
Roll me d10, Osavius.
4.
4. I'm gonna keep that in mind. So we're gonna stick with the big group here, and we're gonna do you next. So as the three ladies find this little black book of sigils equal names, you can change it. And there's actually a little arcane orb next to you, because you all rolled 16s. Essentially, whenever you trace a hand over one of the names, you actually could see the scry happening on the orb. And you can erase, change, so you can have a choice of what you want to change the number to.
I vote Carl.
Yeah.
This is so clever. I love it. Does she say that out loud? Yeah.
Yeah, I say that a lot.
Okay,
I
okay.
vote Carl.
Do you know why, Carl?
You
We
trace.
could definitely do Carl. We could do one of my exes and put one ex is watching the other.
Oh, that is clever. That is sneaky. I feel like Madame Dubois would appreciate that one.
I know his name is River. We could get him awful. But I know his contact, so
I love this. Let's go in order. For Carl, you trace a finger over, and the orb shows you a very glitchy, like visual of this person. It looks like a dwarven man, older in age, and he's currently doing like calisthenics, sort of like stretching. And as the orb sort of starts to pull back, you see that he's currently nude.
Oh, this is great.
And you see like the
is-
grayish pepper beard, and he's like, "Ugh."
You sure your guy's better than this? Because this is pretty hilarious.
no. I mean, mine would be more visibly entertaining, but I do believe that's a bit more torturous. So we may want to stick with Carl.
Yeah, Carl now gets my vote.
Yeah. His mind's a young, handsome man that's just an awful person. That's the torture right there.
Yeah, that
And
is
he's doing it
definitely
in
the
broad
torture.
daylight. Lord knows what he does at night.
Ooh, I don't want to think about it.
You see him like do like the whole like touch the toes. He's like,
Oh.
"All right, here we go." There are more names here. There's like Martha, and there's like Edward here. There's a bunch of names here.
I
Find the
mean, naked
weirdest
dwarf
name.
or gnome has my vote.
Me too. Should we Should we take some of those other names off? Is that the possibility as well? Make it to where he loses all of his contacts?
Or we just change up
Ooh.
which one's what.
Make everyone different. Instead
There
of
you
just
go.
one. Take her
I
name
like
out
that.
and change
We
all
could
of
replace
them.
it. Yeah.
We
It
can
is hard
change
to
one to
remember.
your ex if you want.
I'm willing to spend the time here to do that and just flip through and do all of them.
To write in a new arcane sigil, or why don't you roll me an Arcana check?
Okay.
I'll say that as you do that, Austin, or you start to trace your finger across like new names, just to sort of get an idea of what you find. Martha is a furball grandma who currently is sitting, and you can actually hear her go, "Oh, that didn't agree with me." And you can see her like the floppy ears, and you get a sense that she probably has a lot of bad gas, and just like
It was a 23.
23. Or why don't you describe what your ex is doing?
Okay. So as you kind of change that over, you see this very tall, very sort of proud of himself looking man just sort of ending on a dock with ships going by, and he just starts picking his nose, like knuckle deep, going for gold, like nobody's watching.
Whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of like, he does the thing and he goes,
Yes!
yeah. All these names starts to get shifted. I'm gonna count that as two completed tasks.
Okay.
That feels right. That feels right.
Good.
Once we're done, I'm gonna start moving boxes with the mage hand to find the navy chest.
All right.
Yeah.
Ori, why don't you roll me an investigation check, and as you do that, Osavius, you rolled a 4, yeah?
I did.
You find what looks like to be a tan painted walled bedroom. There are black cabinets and a gray quilted comforter lined bed with bright white pillows. There is sort of like a green accent to some of the chairs off to the side. Large couch. Not couch. There is a large rug of a skinned bear.
Oh, good lord. Sorry.
That's so good. Yeah, and you find like there is an actual like an accent wall behind the bed that can lead into further back. It looks like there's like a closet area from either side.
All right. Are there any tasks for this particular room, or is this just free range?
You look down in your page on the paper. There's actually one thing that catches your eye as well. One that says, "Take down that stupid poster," and you see off on the side there is a very toned, like an illustration of a toned half-orc woman in a very classical pinup pose, like the full like arms together, outwards down, like butt sticking out, the whole thing. And she's in a two-piece bathing suit that clearly reads underneath, says, "Come on in, the water's fine." And second, there another task comes on and says, "Go into his closet and steal every left shoe."
Oh,
My left shoe.
very, very devious. Okay. He'll start with the poster. Did it say take it down or tear it down?
Take down this stupid poster.
Okay. Here, we'll tear it off the wall, fold it up a few times, rip it a few times, just to make sure it's in little shreds. And then just to be sure, he's just gonna like scatter different pieces in different parts of the room, like sliding it under like a mattress, putting it in a drawer, just different places as he goes over to the closet and starts picking out left shoes.
Well, before you do that, before you start to get to the actual closet space, as you tear down the poster and immediately start to like, almost like in a rhythmic pattern, start to tear it apart, you're still holding the pieces in your hand. Unfortunately, you're unable to do that unless you decide to ignore this part. As you remove the poster, you see what looks like to be a hole in the actual wall. And it's a small hole, I want to say about maybe 2 feet in diameter, and it just continues off into the darkness. And then you start to hear and you start to hear skittering.
He's gonna pull out an oil flask, ready to light it.
We're gonna pause you for a moment because currently we split the party. Ori, Asa, and Ora, as you're having a laugh, seeing half nudist dwarves writing in X's as they're knuckle deep into their nose. And Ori, you're currently searching around for the chest
box.
covered in the blue navy ribbon. What'd you roll?
18.
18. Doesn't take you too long. Immediately you spot it underneath one of the tables. And it's there for you to mess with.
Does it look locked?
It does look like it's locked. There's a big heavy lock on it, a metal one.
She'll use her mage hand to take like a quill out of her hair and try to unlock it.
Okay, I don't think you're proficient with thieves' tools, so I need you just to roll me a d20 plus your dexterity modifier.
Okay. I forgot what my dex is. D20 plus dex. 14.
14. What did you grab to do this?
Oh, just like a quill, because she has a bunch of stuff in her hair. So she has
okay.
pencils and quills. So she took like a quill out, like the sharp edge of it, and see if she can try and open it.
Unfortunately, the quill snaps.
Damn.
Not strong enough.
Okay, how heavy is this table? Or is it like a small table, big table?
It's like the table we're working on is a good example. It's like a desk table, so fairly sturdy.
One sec. And she's just gonna go over to the the chest because she doesn't feel like she has time for this, and cast Shocking Grasp on the lock.
Shocking Grasp on the lock. That's thunder damage, yeah?
I believe so.
Lightning.
Or lightning. Yeah, lightning.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Let's see. I'll have a damage threshold in mind. Go ahead and roll your damage. Obviously, it's not going to make it safe. It's an inanimate object.
Unless it's like a mimic or something, then I'm screwed.
Okay, I have a number in mind.
It's a G8. It's only a 3.
3 points of damage. You release the shock of electricity. Your hair almost flows a bit of water as you. The lock just sort of jolts upwards, but still holds steady. Osavius, do you say or do anything as currently you can hear the skittering and you're currently getting your flask ready?
Doesn't say anything. He's trying to be kind of greedy about this. He does want more tasks than the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
So he's trying to keep it low profile.
I will mention too, I'm not keeping track of who's completing what tasks. I'm just keeping track of who's completing like the overall group. So if you're keeping that list handy, thank you.
So here's skittering. Can he immediately detect, like, is it like a rat kind of skittering, or is it like a bigger creature? Like a cat or something?
Roll me a nature check.
Okay. Doesn't change too much if it's skittering towards him. That's a nat 20 plus
Nat 20.
3.
Because you can only hear the sounds of it, I'll just tell you what you know it's not. It doesn't sound like a rat. It doesn't sound like a cat at all. You do start to hear a little bit of like almost like a laughter as clear indication that it's not a beast.
Cool, great, yeah. So he's gonna pull out his oil flask, and then tinderbox, strike a match, toss it in the oil, and throw that into the hole.
Everyone hears glass shattering. Ori, Asta, and Ora coming from down the hall.
Did everybody else hear that? Can we take that chest with us, or?
I give you a guess. Yeah, how big is the chest? How big is the chest?
It's like a 3-foot chest. It's pretty big.
Oh, so we can't like just pick it up.
I mean, you could try. You can pick it up, but then you'll have your hands busy.
I have an idea. Can she try to use her telekinetic shove to shove it down the stairs to see if it'll break open?
Sure.
I love that.
That's a really good idea. I'm gonna say that works. Yeah, you shove it downstairs, and Osavius, you can hear as you're currently like your mind is currently spent on this, and you just hear, and you can see Ori, Asta, and Aura, you see that the chest itself starts to like bounce and turn. It actually hits the wall, punches through some dry wood, leaves like a large crack into it, and starts to continue downstairs, hitting the banister and cracking one of the poles there. I'm gonna say that's a completed task.
She just gives a thumbs up to the other two, and she's gonna go get the doll.
While that's happening, so Ori, you're going downstairs to get the doll.
Yeah.
Asta and Aura, what are you guys doing?
I guess I'm gonna move forward to go see where Osavius has gotten off to and see if there's anything else I could get into mischief with.
Okay.
Asta's gonna do the same thing, but as she's like going to the other room, she's gonna like yell down the stairs, like, remember that we have to turn it on and leave it in that other room. I don't know what that does, but don't forget that.
Thank you.
So the way this is gonna work, Osavius, is that something's gonna happen to you guys. Asta and Aura, you are gonna it's gonna take you a turn to get to where Osavius is.
Okay.
And Ori,
Okay.
I don't know what you're gonna do, we'll decide how that happens.
Yeah, she's just gonna get the doll, walk back to the room, and then like mage hand wind it and close the door, and is just whistling the whole time like a light little
So,
whistle.
for my sake, let's have everyone roll initiative.
I was about to say, we're talking in turns now. That can't be good.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask in order because I have everything set here. Osavius, what'd you get?
A 9.
A 9. Ori?
Big old fat 5.
A big old fat 5. Asta?
A 9.
A 9. And Aura?
I got a 15.
15. Okay, well, let's go ahead and...
At least somebody got double digits.
Look at that. Let's see here. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny.
Terrified of this creature in the walls. It's like my worst nightmare come alive.
Okay, perfect.
Osabius's or Titan?
Titan. Titan's worst fear.
Let's put you in the room. So, Osavius, you are right here as you see something emerging right now. It doesn't look like it's fully corporeal. It looks like it's made of smoke. This like elemental-like creature that's currently like, you see it's currently like almost thin-bodied. It's got like these wings on it that are currently letting out a small bit of smoke as it releases from every flap. It's currently like all hunched. It's like a small goblin with a large nose, but it's made out of smoke fully. As it currently looks at you and goes, and like an excited gasp, and then you can hear the sound coming from the opposite side of the wall as another figure, almost looking identical like it, but this time bit of a white like mist. They both look similar except one's more dark and one's more white. And we're gonna enter initiative, so I'm gonna go ahead and change the music here.
Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Ooh.
Oop, did I? Nope.
The idea that it's smoke feels better. I was imagining like a
Yes.
column.
So we
type thing.
can't actually hit it.
That's
So
true. That does inconvenience me specifically. I suppose.
So we're gonna back up right here as you're currently standing right next to the poster, the hole that you just pulled from. First and foremost, the smoke method is gonna go first. It emerges from the wall, just like this bright gray-like smile. Just you see a puff of smoke coming from the edges of its mouth as it. And it's gonna breathe in. You can see like its small little elemental lungs breathe in a bit of the air as the smoke that's escaping from its mouth curls back up into his throat. And I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. 14.
14. You quickly bring your cloak off to the side as the smoke itself feels like it has mass and it pushes against your cloak, pushing aside. Whatever effect it was trying to do to you did not take effect.
All right.
Let's see here. Next, it's going to be... So right now, we're doing one full round with just Osavius here, and then we're going to get to everyone else. So next one is going to be the steam method as it goes. You start to see it jumps out of another sort of porthole, and it starts to. You see like bits of steam release from its back and its wings as it goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And you, I believe, are within range. Yes, you are. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Right. It's getting worse. 9.
9. That is a fail.
Uh-oh.
It reels back. You see a bunch of the steam from its back starts to a big a cone of hot searing air is released into your vicinity, and you take 4 points of fire damage as a burning, almost like 3rd degree burn like steam is released onto your person. Osavius, you can retaliate. It's your turn.
Perfect. I just looked at my HP. I became appalled. This is not going to be good. Okay. Looking at them, you said they're like sort of corporeal, so
Yeah.
can I kind of deduce that a knife maybe not the best weapon?
Roll me an intelligence check.
Okay. 6.
6. You've never experienced these creatures. You're not sure.
Okay. Well, okay. Don't like this at all. Just going to pull out one of my daggers and just slash at the smoke one in front of me. See if it does anything.
Roll me an attack to hit.
That is a 21.
21 definitely does hit.
Doesn't do anything. It's 3 damage.
3 damage. You quickly slice through it. You start to disrupt a little bit of its form. You see like the wisp of smoke, and you see it like almost like getting shock. You do feel like it did full damage.
Okay. All right. That's useful. Good to know. I believe that means. Am I? Okay, I'm only in melee with the smoke one currently, right?
Correct.
I'm going to be taking my leave now, if you don't mind. Going to bonus action disengage and start backtracking towards the door.
Okay. Go ahead and move your character your full movement if you wish.
I do not see the map currently.
Oh.
Yeah, I wondered.
Oh,
yeah,
let
so we
me-
can't see it.
Yeah, I can't see the.
There
I can
we
see it
go.
on Twitch.
There you go.
Oh, there it is.
Perfect. Okay.
Apologies. There you
I was
go.
like, maybe because I'm not in the room yet.
Your character's not in the room, but you're right. You should be able to see the map.
I'm gonna go back to. I think that's.
Yeah, this right here is the door.
Yep. Perfect. I'll just go hang out over here.
Perfect.
We have some company. That'll be my turn.
Back to the top of the order, it is the smoke method as it goes 5, 10, 15,
Oh.
20, 25, 30. Actually, it's going to go 30 here. And it's going to first see if it gets a recharge of its Cinder Breath. It does not. So instead, it's going to make a claw attack at you.
Rather you didn't.
That's a 12 to hit.
My AC is 13.
Oh, okay. You see it start to go, and it quickly thrusts forward. You see almost like a jet engine is currently being thrusted by a smoke trail behind it. It's leaving like a small, like ashy trail as it moves on, and it reels back a smoked like corporeal, like it starts to form into like a dense smog, and it slices through towards you. But you're able to duck out of the way. After that, it's going to be the steam. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I should also mention at the end of the round, from the last round, you can hear skittering coming from these holes again.
No, there's more. No. Disgusting.
This one's going to make a roll, see if it gets its steam breath back. It does, but it's within range of you, so it's going to try to claw you. That's a 7 to hit.
That does not hit.
Yeah. Once again, missing at that. Let's see here. So, Ori, you are currently. We'll get to you in a moment. You actually, I think you rolled the lowest.
Yeah,
So
I rolled
that makes it
5.
easier for me. before it is Osiris, it is going to be Aura. You enter in the room, so let's go and put you in the room now.
Alrighty.
As you see this happen.
Okay. Oh yeah.
And you can see currently, Osavius is currently running quickly, dodging twice as these like smoke-like beings are behind him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just sort of, I come in, I see what's going on, and just as reaction, I'm going to cast Magic Missile at the steam.
The steam.
method.
Go ahead and roll your damage.
Hey, okay. Don't lay it on the floor. Okay. So not very good. The first bolt does a 2, the second bolt does a 2, and the third one does a 5.
2, 2, 5. So that is
9.
4 times 5. That's 9 points of damage. As you. How's your magic missiles look like?
So my magic missiles sort of look like sort of balls of lightning that kind of come out and just give trails of little like static electricity in the air until they hit, and you just kind of see this overall body just kind of static.
Nice. Yeah, every time they impact, it actually mixes in with the steam as it's almost like conductive as it like it almost like shakes quickly as it's almost like being involuntarily moved around by the shocks.
And with that, I think I might move over a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Over here, because I see Osavius coming this way. So if they want to get out of the room, they can, but that's my turn.
Perfect. Asta, you're up, so let's go and put you on the map. So you enter
I wondered
in.
if I was having tech issues again. I was like, I can't see anything still.
How about now?
Give me a second. There it is. And then it was like, you don't have anybody in this room. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Oh, no.
So Asta is going to, when she comes into the room, I'm going to go ahead and have her move like 5, technically it would be like 10 feet over here and face the 2 methods and go ahead and cast Thunder Wave. We're going to do that at... I'll try it at first level and see, because I have more of those. Because she's going to be trying to like push them back as far as it'll kind of go.
Will Osavius be affected by the thunder wave?
No, that's why I moved.
Oh, okay.
That's why I moved.
Nice.
And I was like, I'm going to move, and then I turned. Actually, I should probably move here. Let me check my movement. Okay, yeah, I would be fine to move right here. So yeah, and I'll move up one more just to make sure I don't hit him. I was like, no. It is a 15-foot like cube. So from me, it would be 15. It would still get both of them, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
What kind of save would that be?
For you, it's going to be a con save of 13. And if they miss it, they take half damage still.
The steam method got a 15.
Okay.
And the smoke method got a 4.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so full damage, the smoke method will take 8 points of looks like thunder damage, and then half of that for
perfect. We're gonna count that as
steam one.
11, so we'll count that as 5. So the steam method gets rocked backwards, and I think they get at least the smoke one gets pushed back 10 feet.
Correct.
Yeah. It gets as you hear another thunderous coming from Asta as one of them gets pushed back. The other one sort of, its clawed hand almost tries to protect itself. It still gets, like, you see electricity running through its claw as it sort of tries to correct itself. Let's see here. Osavius, you're up.
Okay, he's gonna see everyone coming into the room and kind of like come to a stop. And then hearing the chittering coming from the walls, he'll turn back around Is the bear rug that's under the bed, is it like pinned down or does it look loose?
You can remove it. Yeah.
Okay. He's going to run back toward where he came,
Uh-huh.
grabbing the bear rug from under the bed, tugging it up, and he's going to just plug that hole that he threw the lit oil into.
Okay. Let's see. I think you can. Let me see if what's your speed? Can you make it? It's 35 feet.
I do not believe I can make 35. No, I can only go 30.
I think you can use your cunning action to dash, though.
That is true. I'm a rogue.
Yay!
Yes.
We'll say that you can definitely make it, and on the way running, you grab your weapon, you slice a bit of the rug because it is still sort of not fully pinned underneath the bed, but you grab enough where you're currently under your arms. I'll say you use your action to start stuffing the hole. And as you're starting to do so, you can see another one of these wispy smoke-like methods starting to go, like, look upwards within this the light, and you can see the light reflecting out of it, and it goes and starts to like quickly skitter around. You start to push it thing in.
No, stay in there. No need.
I'll say you successfully plugged this hole up.
All right, that's my turn then.
All right. Okay, Ori, you get downstairs. What are you doing?
She's picking up the doll, and then she's gonna go take it back to the room and wind it with the mage hand and close the door.
We'll say that takes your entire turn. Okay. So what you see there is a small little red-headed, yarned a doll with a porcelain face, bright smile upon it within the chest. It's got a wind-up clockwork machinery, which you actually kind of appreciate.
She appreciates the clockwork. She does not appreciate the doll. She thinks it's creepy.
Yeah. And as you start to wind it up with the your telekinesis and sort of keeping it there, as you release the handle, the wind up part, its eyes open. And it goes, Mama.
Nope. Sit away.
All right. Well, we'll say that's your turn.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cross that off that you did complete.
She's closing the door behind her. Nope, don't want any of that.
Okay. Doll complete. Perfect. And it'll probably take you to the next round to join the party.
Okay.
But you can definitely hear the sound of arcane energy being released, the impacts, the screams, the growls coming from one of the rooms down the hall. Top of the round. Let's see here.
She thinks she's just thinking to herself that that's probably not a dog.
One as it excitedly jumps out. And now it's going to be the smoke method's turn. This one's going to turn to Asta, who heard it with electricity. Actually, it's going to go 5, 10, 20. And I need both Asta and Aura to make me... Which one is the Steam? Make me dexterity saving throws.
Oh, God. That's a 9.
9. That is unfortunately a fail.
The 7.
7. That's unfortunately a fail too. It pulls back, and you see a bunch of the steam enter once of its like skinny throat as it almost bulbs up like a frog, and it in a straight line brings out a hot steaming line of steam, and you both are dealt 5 points of fire damage.
Beep.
Ugh.
Although Asta, you are a tiefling.
Yeah. I was like, ha ha ha.
So instead of 5,
I've
you take 2.
resisted fire. 2. Okay, good.
You are a genasi, or not Genasi, a tiefling.
Yeah.
And then this team gets to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I think it's going to dash 5, 10. It's currently flying as well, so it's going to stay right there, unable to make its attack just yet, but it gets right towards you, Aura, as it sort of this long, crooked
like
nose outward. Now it's going to be this... Let's see, now it's going to the smoke. It's going to look back 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 towards you. Savius is going to try to make a roll. Natural 1. So
Nice.
that is not going to connect. And now we move on to Aura.
Oh god. Okay. As this one approaches me, I'm going to try and reach out and cast Shocking Grasp at it.
All right.
So that's a... That's not gonna hit. It's that would be an 11 to hit.
11 does hit.
Oh, it does?
It does.
Okay. Okay. So it needs to take 5 points of lightning damage.
All right. Awesome. You release once again another flurry, like just electricity from the magic missiles that you release. You see almost like a thunderbolt released from your veins, cross your fingertips. As you reach into this smoke, you just hear almost like if this was like an actual modern house, the lights would go down and then back up.
Yeah. I think that's all I'm gonna do on this round because I don't want to move.
Asta, you are up.
Okay, cool. She's right in front of us.
Yeah, this one is.
Yeah. Can I click it and see which one it is?
Oh, this is a steam method.
Steam method. Okay. Sorry. She'll go ahead and just cast. Let's do. Thunder seemed to work. She's gonna go ahead and. I'm that close. It should be fine. She'll cast Shatter at second level. Sorry. And so that'll be a con save of 13 for that guy.
That is gonna be a 7.
Hey, sweet. Okay, so it's going to take just a second.
I think I'll count this as also a completed task because Shatter does some extra damage to actual inanimate objects.
Hey, look at
so the carpet, the oh no, you cut up the carpet, so that's gone. But the floors, as well as
there's another carpet.
That's true. The bed it also sort of like cracks due to the shatter spell, as the floor also like the wooden floors snap upwards.
Yeah, because it's a 10-foot area. Well, yeah, that's way farther than 10 foot. Okay, perfect. And then that will be 20 points of thunder damage.
20 points. This one.
It's not stone or crystal. Sorry, I was making sure there wasn't any like weird thing.
No
okay,
worries.
yeah, 20 points of thunder damage.
Immediately as what does it sound? What's the sound of shatter? Like, does it just like a giant explosion?
Ooh, to me, I feel like it's like since it's a tiefling, I feel like it's almost like a horror movie, like that creepy like stabby noise. Do you know what I mean?
Violin?
I don't know if
like the sharp violin.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I can like accurately make the noise without feeling weird, but you
fine.
know what I'm talking about. Yeah, and
just
it's like high pitched. Yeah, exactly, and it's super high pitched, and it just like hits through that area, and then like as it like the sound gets a little bit lower, the thunder is like there radiating too.
It starts to echo in this room as it as it breathes in for another blow, and as you release the spell, it is dissipated.
Yes.
You still have movement.
I do. But as a wizard, do I really want to get super close? I'm gonna stay where I am.
Check the other hole. Point across
okay.
the other side of the room.
Yeah. Give me a second. The one on the left side? Yeah, I'll go ahead and move that 20 feet, and if I can figure out
Yeah, no
how to
worries.
move it.
I think that is 20 feet right about there. So
Yeah, it should put me right at the little guy.
there you go.
Thank you. I
No
appreciate
worries.
you. Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and move there, and then, yeah, that'll be it. That'll be my turn.
After Asta, I believe, it is Osavius.
He's going to just take the dagger that he had and kind of swing it back and put it back in its sheath and say, "Sir, you're dangerously in my way." And he's going to pull out his short sword instead.
Okay. Oh, for this one right next to the smoke method, please make me an attack.
Okay, that's a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Alright, this time it's a d6 instead of a d4. 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. It's looking dangerously close. You can see its form like starting to drip a bit of its smoke. Like you can see it's barely keeping on. Like it's still angry, active, fighting an intruder within its space, but it's almost like wavering.
Too persistent.
You can offhand attack it with cunning action.
Oh, can I?
You have daggers and swords, yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing that I could do.
Rogue skin bonus action attack.
I did not know that. I always learn something new here. I always learn something new here.
The only difference,
Yes, I'll do that.
The only difference is I don't believe you can add your dexterity modifier to the damage. I think that's the only thing you can't do.
Okay.
But it's still cool.
That's very cool. Yeah, I'll pull out my dagger and slice at him.
Roll an attack.
Okay, that is a 22.
Yeah, that hits.
19 plus 3?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and
roll
that's
D4.
a d4. Okay, that's 2.
That was enough to do it. You slice with your sword, and it's looking pretty. You can see that like its form is splitting, and you find that one small tether of elemental energy, and you, with your other hand, swipe through it, and it, with a soft whisper, drops to the floor in a pile of ash.
Finally.
Good job.
Yeah.
And I believe with that, he'll use his movement to start going into this side room. Start looking around for what there is.
Yeah, no worries. You can use your movement. You find a small desk with papers, a couple of chairs, nice lighting with candles. It looks like a nice study space, like a secluded little study space.
For now.
For now. And finally to join us, we have Ori. As you walk in,
She wanted to complete the doll.
you're kind of happy. Ori, you're like,
This is great.
Yeah, no, she's writing down elements of the doll in her little notepad with a cracker in her mouth, and she's just looking around. So, like, was there a dog, or was it... What was it?
I hear a dog.
Because she heard screams, and that's why she was like, I don't think that's a dog, but maybe. Are there anything in the room? Like, are there still more of them, or we're just in here now?
There's one on the left, isn't there?
There's one on the left, the steam method right here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And definitely, Asa, from your vantage point, you can hear skittering coming from this porthole.
Okay.
Ugh. Not a fan.
Good. How big is that bookcase?
The bookcase? Mm-hmm. This one here?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, artistic interpretation, we could say 10 feet.
No, how big? Like, how...
Oh, a medium?
Like he's a short, stubby guy? Like we could push it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you could push it.
Would it cover the hole?
You know what? If you roll... You're a sorcerer, so if you roll me a spell attack, I'll have a DC. If you can roll higher than that DC, I'll say that you can push it to block the hole.
I was gonna use telekinetic shove to shove it.
That's what I thought you were doing.
Oh, that's even better.
What does the telekinetic shove say?
It says, as a bonus action, you can try and telekinetically shove one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. When you do so, they have to make a save. So I don't know if I can do it on, like, a thing.
You know what? I mean, why not?
I technically used it on the
Yeah, why not?
chest, so...
We'll say you use your bonus action as you will your force, almost like a wave hitting the coastline. You hear... As the bookcase is moved, and you hear scratches on the door, on the floor, as it moves in. And Asa, you can see this happen, and then you hear... And you hear like an angry sound coming from beyond the porthole, now being blocked by the bookcase.
That's just a bonus.
That was just a bonus. So.
Yeah, look at you.
Okay. I'm trying to read what this says. So she's gonna move over here, and she's gonna cast Booming Blade on that little gremlin.
All right, roll to attack.
She's gonna take out her staff, but I'm gonna say that it's not like assembled, that it like kind of comes out in pieces. Like
Okay.
very much like a telescope, so it elongates.
Oh
like-
yeah, it's collapsible. You
Yeah.
sort of snaps
Oh,
in
not
multiple
bad.
pieces going outwards.
Like those toy lightsabers.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a 19.
19 definitely does hit. So I believe booming blade does 1d8 points of damage.
And a D8 plus my melee weapon. Quarterstaff is a D6. So that's 5 from the quarterstaff. Oh well, D8. You did 5 from the D8. So 10 points of damage.
All right. You extend your staff that was on your hip as it almost like mechanically extends outward like a telescope, and you slam it on the floor, and a bit of electricity exits out. This is an electric group. Noticing.
Yeah.
Whack it. It actually hits something as its form shakes a bit. It's looking pretty bad, but it's still there.
Okay, and that ends my turn because I did my bonus action, and movement.
Okay, well, this one is not looking too good. It's gonna roll to see if it gets its breath weapon again. It does.
Oh, please no.
I can affect that with my.
Yes, that
sorcery
sounded
thing,
so
right?
pleasant. You're like, it
It
does.
does.
How nice.
Oh, nice. It's going to... Let's see which one. This is the Steam one? Yeah, it is. I need both Ori and Aura to roll me Dex saving throws.
Can I use my restore balance to get advantage?
I think Restore Balance negates advantage or disadvantage. It doesn't give you advantage.
What gave me advantage?
Because it restores balance. So essentially, if an enemy has advantage, you get to
you're right,
remove
you're
that.
right.
Or if the enemy gives you disadvantage, you can remove that.
You said
So,
Dex
Aura, I think you got a 3 you showcase there. Okay.
Yeah.
Dex save?
Dex save.
To
Well,
Yeah.
that's not bad.
dice jail with ye.
I'm feeling about mine today.
18.
18
16 plus 2.
Aura, you take 2 points of fire damage. And Aura, you take... I say you took 2 points, Ori, and Aura, you take 4. As it... This, like, it almost feels like a sauna. Like you just got opened up like an oven and you just got blasted with hot air. And it's gonna see you react, sort of like in pain. It's gonna sort of like in a, almost like an elemental's cackle. That's it for that one. Yeah, exactly. But actually, Aura, you're next.
Okay, I'm mad now, so I'm casting firebolt at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me an attack. It is a ranged spell attack, so you will have
We'll
disadvantage.
have disadvantage. Yeah.
But Ori, if you want to.
Yeah, she'll like, because she has slight tattoos on her neck and then little gears on her like earring. So she'll bend her magic through her tattoo to give her.
So, Aura, you don't have disadvantage as Ori
even
starts
it
to almost reduce that disadvantage and restore balance.
Okay.
Straight roll.
Well, then it's a. Will you stop barking? 13.
13 does hit.
Okay. It does. That was awful. 5 points of damage.
How much?
5.
5? Well, it had 16 points of damage on it and has 21 points of damage total max HP. So how do you destroy this last steam effort?
Yeah.
As it hit me with its steam breath, just out of anger, just, oh, you like it hot? It just, the fire goes into it and it just dissipates.
It evaporates whatever moisture and steam that was in it as it... And you just hear the last echo of it dying. And we are out of initiative.
Woo!
Well, Eusebius calls from the room as he starts like fiddling with the leg of. Yes, good job, team. Very well done. Go team. Woo.
What were the instructions for this particular room?
I don't know if we got him. I think it was
Here, I
the
got it.
chaos first.
So it was take down the
Yeah.
stupid poster, which looks like it's been crossed
Okay.
out. That one's already
Okay.
done. The other one is go to his closet and steal every left shoe.
Okay.
While they do that, just out of after battle frustration, Aura will shoot another bolt of fire onto the bed to set the bed on fire.
All right. The floor I've marked as destroyed due to the shatter spell, and as you release a firebolt, the very expensive looking linens and comforter starts to catch on fire. Blowing up.
Good.
Fire
Ooh,
on
on.
bed.
Can we, just a small little thing, can we, like, rip out the pages in the books, too? Like, do they look, like, expensive, like, gold-bound, fancy tomes?
So,
Or are they just standard?
besides Osavius, who's currently messing within the little small study space, I just want everyone to roll me a perception check, and this will also count for you
Oh.
looking at the books.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you say besides me?
Yeah, because Osavius,
not-
I'm going to get to you in a second, because you're currently messing with some interesting stuff here.
Oh, yeah. 17?
17.
Mhm.
Ori?
I
15.
got a 11.
11 for you, Aura. And what was that, Ori?
15.
15. Aura, from where you're currently standing, as well as you, Ori, you hear a soft from out the door that's currently open. And as you turn, you see a small little porcelain doll
Uh-oh.
with red hair yarn that goes like almost like a speaker box inside of its little tiny form. It goes, "You're cute. Hi."
No.
And as you
No.
sort of look at each other,
No.
look back, it is gone.
Immediately no! Immediately no!
You all saw that, right?
What?
No. Yes, but no.
I'm starting to
Wait,
think that Sabius just opens doors to shit that we don't want him to open doors to. Maybe
know what
somebody
you're
else should
talking
open the door.
Also, the bookcase that you're also like half your attention was going to, you see numerous books that read how to be the alpha male.
Oh god.
Oh my god. Okay, not
10
even page ripping. Can I
Light it up fire.
burn those? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there fire
Yeah.
somewhere in here that I can use control flame on?
You can. They're absolutely. The bed is
bed's
currently
on fire?
on fire.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was complete. Okay, yeah. So she'll bring the fire over, and with the control flame, anything. Yeah, she's gonna roast them.
You see, as the pages start to burn away, you see small, like, flickering of pages being released, the hot air blowing it up into the air. You see a page that goes, how to be an alpha wolf male, and another one says 10 easy tips, and you can't see the rest, but you can get an assumption. One thing that does also catch your attention, Asta, as you're currently down there sort of moving the fire, is that it looks like there's is a box underneath the now currently burning bed. A couple of boxes.
Oh, okay.
But you can control
she-
flames, so you can.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
she'll kind of like move as much as I can. She'll move the flames. Is there a? I can look at the map. I'm sorry. Is there like a little fireplace or something in here?
There isn't.
No. Okay. Any chance she can disperse the flames to the different light sources?
Yeah,
So
I
there's like candles in the map.
I think control flames mean you can remove them also, and I think
remove
thaumaturgy
them
can
as
also.
well?
If anyone has
Okay, yeah.
precipitation, things like that, you can do that.
Okay. Yeah, she'll go ahead and then cast thaumaturgy and just wipe out the flames on the bed, and just like army crawl under, like over to it, and she'll start pulling out whatever that box is.
Okay. We're going to pause that for a second. Osavius, as you go to the little sort of study space, you find a little, let's see here, I'm going to try to find it here. Draped over one of the, over the desk, you find a robe with numerous little patches on them.
I, as a player, know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Would Asavius recognize this item?
You know what? Because it's a one-shot, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do
Should I
find...
grab that toss it over his shoulder, just hold on to it for a minute.
Yeah, you find a cloak of robe of useful things.
Yeah. Very nice.
And you walk out one magical item richer.
Yeah. For the study room itself, he's going for more like subtle annoyances now. He's got the big out of the way, so he's going to just like taking his dagger, kind of like start chipping pieces off the bottom of like the front right leg of the table.
Mm-hmm.
So if you put weight on it, it just kind of tilts.
Oh yeah.
And
Okay.
then same thing with like the front right of the chair. Just anything to get it like a little uneven, so we like you sit in it, it just kind of tilts.
Perfect. Yeah, you start to whittle away at it, making the points where the actual base of the chair and the actual base of the table meet the actual leg. It becomes so thin and tiny that any amount of weight is gonna snap it.
Yeah.
So if he ever puts something on the desk, it's gonna. And if he's like sitting on the table, he's gonna, or in the chair, he's gonna fall too.
Perfect. He'll
Love it.
take the robe, finish that up. I recommend staying out of that room, or at least don't touch anything in there.
Perfect. What you find, Asta, before we go to break, because we're going to break in just a second, but what you find is almost like a shoebox sized box, wooden. Clearly it looks like there are a bunch of arcane symbols, numerous types, giving an indication that this is a very heavily guarded object. The one thing that does catch your eye is that there are a golden latch that locks it in place, and there are four color-coded little magnets on this metal latch that can be shifted and moved around in order. The colors read as such: yellow, blue, green, red.
Okay, cool. I feel like this is something that should be dealt with a little later. Can I just like bring it along?
Yeah.
Any chance I can like shove it in my bag or something?
Yeah, absolutely.
It could be like sticking out or whatever, but I mean a shoebox size. As long as it's not super heavy.
You unfurl the strings in your bag and you just sort of shove it in.
Yeah, just
quickly. Now it looks like an awkward kid in school where they have a big backpack and they're carrying too much.
Yeah. We'll deal with that a little later. I found an interesting box down here, and she's like shoving her bag and she's like getting up. If we want to keep going, we can figure it out there. I don't want anything else to come out of those holes. And she'll start like walking out of the room.
Perfect. Is anyone else? What else are you? Anything else done in this room? I should say.
Is the study actually two separate rooms? Because it looks like there's a wall there.
Yeah, there is a wall. It looks like there's like a vanity wall type of thing where like you can walk around it, but it's open. It's like an open air. There is no doors.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what is this other thing over here? Like, there's that pile, and then there's these.
Yeah,
two.
There's a bunch of clothes. There's a dresser, hats and shoes and pants and shirts in this area.
Is there anything? Well, no, she has stuff that's sharp.
Oh, shit.
I was like, do I have anything that's sharp? She's just gonna take like one of her arrows out of her crossbow and then just start like scraping down like all the clothes in the closet.
Just like cut the crotch out of all the pants.
Deface pants.
Mm-hmm.
I think one thing R would want to do is, since all the left shoes have been taken, all the right shoes that are left, he's gonna take the time to magically make the shoes shrink 2 sizes.
Oh my god!
And he doesn't even have half of a set to anything anymore.
I'm just gonna call that shoe shenanigans and count that as 2 completed ones.
Shoe shenanigans.
Yeah, that feels good.
I think the only other thing I'd want to do is, because like she hates the stupid alpha book, so she's gonna write in big ass letters on that desk or that thing, alpha.
All right. I think our business, I believe, here within the bedroom is complete, unless you have any other ideas. And we will see where else you guys go after the break. So we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back. Stretch your legs, get some water, and all that. See you guys in 10. Hey everyone, we are back from break. Hopefully you enjoyed yourselves there. Right now we are rejoining our crew. I'm gonna dub you guys like the demolition crew at this point, as you guys are currently going through Madame Dubois' ex's tower, his wizard's tower, going from room to room, completing tasks. With each completed task is another deposit of cash flow that you can gather at the end of this quest. Currently, you've gone through the storage room, the living room, and the bedroom.
Okay, so 3. Okay.
3. But there are still, I believe, let me count them down. 1.
There's 2 other rooms, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are 3 more doors.
Oh, 3 more doors.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you said upstairs was 5, so
Yeah.
I wasn't even counting the living room. So
Yeah.
that's good. Okay.
We still have to find a bathroom, Ori.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are 3 doors currently open, like closed, that you haven't gone through. And it's kind of unsure which one leads where.
I suppose just open one.
Open one?
Has everybody filtered out into the middle again?
Yeah.
Well, things to keep in mind. Beware of holes. Beware of dolls.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna look down the hallway to see where that little doll went.
Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Got it.
I thought I closed the door on that damn doll. She get out.
I don't see anything.
You don't see anything?
That's a 4.
A 4?
That's a 4.
Or as you currently like extend your neck a little bit, sort of position your body to look down the hallway, trying to get a good glass. I want to say, and everyone, like, it's kind of strange how it happened where you're following her eyesight and you can hear the voice so clearly, or as you can hear, "Uh-oh, I found you." And you look down and the doll is right behind your foot.
Kicks it.
Kicks it. It rolls down
What
the...
was that?
and it falls out of view.
No.
What
No.
What was that? What?
No.
Well, when you wind it up, it does that, apparently.
Oh, so that was intentional. You did that.
Weren't you supposed to close the door?
Oh, no, I closed the door. I think she knows how to open the door. I didn't lock it because it's a doll.
That makes it considerably worse. I did find this box before we decide to go anywhere else, and Asta's gonna pull out the box. And you said it had metal, like magnet style.
Yeah, so it is a shoebox, a wooden shoebox style box that has numerous arcane sigils upon it along the edging. The latch, the sort of golden latch that sort of keeps it locked, is this like large front-facing latch that's metal, and it has these small 4 multicolored little like magnets. No worries. It's fine. And it's currently set for yellow, blue, red, and green. And you can slide the magnets in different orders.
Okay, and they're horizontal.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if we want to mess with this right now, but I have a feeling something interesting is in it. Would she be able to see any of the runes and recognize them at all? Since she's a
Roll
wizard.
me an Arcana check.
18?
So I'm going to
18.
stay muted until spoken to, so we don't hear them screaming anymore.
No worries. It's totally fine,
I love
honestly.
Yeah.
What was the number again?
18.
18. In terms of school, definitely abjuration, a protection spell. And it is like a heavy customizable spell that looks like if you wanted to try, you could probably dispel it, but it would probably be at a high level.
Okay. She's gonna like shake it slightly, and she's gonna go, yeah, we'll figure this out later, because looking at it a little further, I don't think we should open it. I honestly don't think I can open it right now, but maybe Madame Dubois will know. And she'll like shove it back in her bag. So that might be something we need later. I don't know. I didn't just want to leave it there to burn.
It looks like it might be valuable, so
Yeah,
good
that
idea.
too.
I wonder if it's a diary.
I think, Osagus, you said you were going to try to open a door, yeah?
Yes.
Roll me a, I think since we've gone through a few numbers now, roll me a d6.
6.
6. You open the door and you're met with a nice warm glow. A nice warm orange glow from numerous candle sources within this room. It is a full wooden floor, wooden walled, wooden ceilinged study space. It looks like almost like an alchemy room due to the amount of instruments and tools that line the outside. So to describe it, it is like a 25 by 25 foot room. There is a small like coffee table in the middle that is standing on a large carpet that pretty much takes the entirety of the room except for like a 5-foot border around it. So every other place is wooden except for the carpet on the floor. There is a let's see here. There is a large dresser that has a bunch of flasks with labels on them. Let's see what else. There is an animal's like a bull's skull that is currently hanging on top of one of the walls. There's a desk with numerous vials of ink and paper, and the last thing that catches your eye is a bird cage off in the far corner with a small little blue jay, or not blue jay, but like a blue bird that's currently like just sort of swinging. And as you open the door, it goes, "Pretty bird, pretty bird."
Annoying.
I think the last thing to mention for you guys is that what you see on the illusionary script that you have from Madame Dubois, 2 tasks read as follows. Rip out every 5th page of his journal. And the other one is switch all the labels on every flask and glass jar in this room.
Fantastic. We had the same idea.
I can do one better. I have alchemy tools. We could have it where I make each potion do something different than what it says. Possibly.
Certainly.
So that we can mix up the labels. Then if he tries to fix it, the ones he thought were the correct ones are not.
Oh, further step forward. All right.
If I could be allowed to do so.
Go ahead.
You know what? I think you can. I think you can do that. Let's allow it. So you pull out your alchemy tools that you have in your bag, a couple, and you don't have the entire kit with you. But luckily enough, you're in an alchemy room. You can make use of the existing tools in the area, so it's a lot easier. Let's see, what would that be? An alchemy? It'd definitely be an intelligence check. So let's say intelligence plus proficiency.
Okay. Okay. So that's a 18.
18. I say you feel comfortable with 99% of the vials here as you start to slowly mix things together, bringing in your own sort of chemicals that you bring with you. You see like a puff of white dust, and you know exactly what kind of component it is, and you're like, oh, if I add this to the green vial, perfect. It's gonna look exactly the same, but it's not gonna work, and you're kind of messing with probably years of work that was done on these things. So I'm gonna go ahead and write down real quick.
Years of work down the drain.
Yeah. While she's doing that, Asagus will go through, start tearing pages out of journals. Chief woman, you do fire. Here. I'm just gonna punch
do fire.
over toward her.
Right. Yeah, we can do that. I assume there's some sort of fire source in here, right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of candles.
Okay. She'll go ahead and do control flames again, and she'll come over with it like in her hand. So like she'll follow behind him as he's like walking, and just like It's like a ye old paper shredder, basically.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
page goes into the flame.
As you do it, every time the fire lights up, gives off a luminescence, sort of a bright glow against you guys, against the walls. The bird goes, woo! Each time you do it. Aura, as you felt confident with 99% of the things here. The only thing that sort of raises an eyebrow is that you do see one vial that has a label that reads, volatile neurotoxin. Do not shake, do not move, danger.
Let's pour this down the bathroom drain.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, you move
Doesn't
it?
it say,
Uh-oh.
do not move it?
Oh,
I was gonna say, if you move it, I need you to make me a con save.
oh no.
The whole tower blows off.
Okay.
Good game, everybody.
I go to carefully reach it. I'll make the con save.
Okay, perfect.
That's a nat 1.
Nat 1.
Oh
Aura
Plus
turns around
4.
really excitedly, holds it up and goes, pour it down the... And freezes as you start to see the volatile chemicals inside start to bubble and pop, and the cork gets shoved outwards due to the internal combustion inside, and it starts to leak outwards. It doesn't seem like it's affecting anything within a vicinity or like further out than 5 feet. It's just whoever is close enough, it starts to enter in your body, and she... Frozen.
Oh, it looks like
Read labels. She's gonna, or he's gonna try and mage hand the vial out of her hand, and like place it back where it was.
Okay.
every step you take to help her is more money out of your pocket.
I mean,
Well,
she's,
if
like,
we leave
still there
her
with the flame.
here,
No,
that's
no,
just
no.
evidence that we're gonna get caught.
I'm sure there are dumpsters. We can just.
Oh my god. As the vial leaves your area, or roll me another con save.
Okay.
I feel like it's a mage hand, so it shouldn't like register that it's moving, right?
8.
It's not gonna do anything to me. It's not gonna do it
Eight,
to her.
or you're still frozen.
8.
Oh boy.
As a matter of fact, what's your con modifier?
Oh god. Constitution modifier is 2.
2. Your lungs are not inhaling. And everyone starts to see Aura's skin turn a little bit more pale. You have some time, but it's fairly clear that she's not breathing.
Ooh.
What did we see any of the potions? She's still holding the fire. Did any of them say something about an antidote or?
Well, it might be in one of these pages.
I give the bird a cracker from my little pocket.
The
I'm
sad
like,
thing is that it might have, but Aura
But we
also
think so.
did mess with the chemicals.
oh shit.
Could you? I mean, could you
This is how it
maybe
ends,
remember?
fam.
Ori, as you feed the bird a cracker. Bleh. Actually, you do have food. Oh my god, you do have a cracker.
Yeah.
It starts to eat it, and it goes, ooh, ooh. And as it starts to eat it, it will say, red before yellow.
Oh. She gives it another cracker. She took like a handful of crackers and cheese and just stuffed it into her corset when she
Ooh,
left.
red before yellow.
Is that all you got? Here. You eat cheese?
Hi, Jackie.
Oh, she likes that bird. Wait. I got an
You
idea.
should take the bird, right?
Hold
Something
on.
like that.
Or make me another Constitution saving throw.
I have to look at my spell.
4.
4. Aura's turning colors.
Oh.
Uh,
I got anything for that.
anyway,
I
anything?
want to help. Not a good aligned character. I'm sorry.
All I have is like charm person. It's not gonna do anything.
I screwed myself in this one.
I will say,
Can
as you look around, there was a vial that said, like, antidote,
But we don't know if
but it
it's
doesn't
the
work like an antidote anymore.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well, I got the vial out of her hand, right?
Yeah, it's already it's back on the desk. You cork it back up with your telekinesis.
I mean, should she just kind of start drinking them? Like, I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen at this point?
She
I feel like it's already the worst thing.
sets the place on fire. We all die with her. I could think of a few worse things that could happen.
That is true, but was that the only one that does not say "do not touch"? Asta's gonna go over and read the labels that are on the desk. Like, do any of the other ones say "do not touch" on them, or "do not move"?
That one has the biggest label on it that says "do not move volatile." The other ones are like dangerous poisons, dangerous acids.
Okay.
You know, like base and acids. When it comes to alchemical work, that you do require these sort of strong things. But that was the only one that said "do not move." It's volatile.
Okay. So the rest of them we can move.
Most of
Where's
them
the one
are
that does?
Changed.
Yeah. Ooh, I can't. Yeah, you let us do this too. We did this to ourselves.
Yeah.
Maybe if we just carry her out, maybe it'll just go away.
Did you feed the bird another cracker? Maybe the bird knows. Can we ask
I
the bird
did. He
questions?
said the same stupid thing. Here, she gives him a piece of cheese.
She said the same. Ready for yellow.
You see it looks at Asta as she called it a stupid bird, and if a bird can snarl, it kind of gives it like a mean face, like.
You made the bird piss. Good job.
It eats
Did I call it a stupid bird?
it eats the cracker, and it's like almost like the like.
You're a good bird. Pretty bird. You're blue, like me.
Peekaboo.
Okay, she's gonna pull out the box, and he said the bird said red before yellow.
Yep.
She'll go ahead and take said it was horizontal. She'll move the red magnet in front of the yellow one and see if it does anything.
All right, so the way that's going to work now, since it was yellow, so it is red, yellow, blue, green.
Correct.
You do that, and the latch does not open.
Okay.
That needs only a few combinations,
Can
right?
minor illusion work like on yourself?
Yeah. You want it?
Can I minor myself to look like Jacqueline? Because he said Jackie.
Yeah, you do that. That's more of a disguised self, but fuck it, why not?
I'll put an illusion over.
Sure. The bird looks at you and goes, "Hi, Jackie."
She'll be like, "What's the other colors?"
Or make me another con save.
Oh God.
Okay.
Maybe there's something in the box.
Aha! Aha! 18.
You finally breathe as your body, the toxins are released from your body, and your skin was starting to, you're human, so you're starting to turn a bit pink and purple as you finally kind of cough up whatever was inside your blood.
Just tap her on the back with the mage.
Good job. Welcome back.
You know, she could
I
probably
thought I
still
could carry
hear
it.
you.
I have
I'm
nothing
probably
to hide
just
from you.
breathing, not moving anymore.
I am in trouble money-wise. As much as I can get from this, I'm going to take. I'll be frank with you.
I mean, he does have a point.
I look back. Oh yeah, well I'm not going for murder. So I look for
It's
I
not
look at the
murder.
bird.
He did do it, you
Yourself. That's not murder. That is just a casualty.
I'm pretty sure if you don't purposely help, you aid and abet, but that's just never mind. But
Yeah.
Oral discussions do not compute with my warforged superior body.
I'm looking at the bird like as I guess this image of Jackie's in front of her.
He just looks in and goes, "Hi, Jackie."
What other colors? And I'm like trying to give them another cracker.
Eats it. Red before yellow.
Yeah, we know that one. What about green and blue?
Blue?
Yeah, blue. Where's
Blue flame.
Blue flame.
Where's everyone standing right now?
Well, apparently next to the bird.
By the death.
Okay.
Over by where the bookshelf would be.
I
I
would
found
like
it.
everyone to roll me a deck save. As you guys are currently near the shelves, near the tables, sort of on the outer ends of the room.
Be good. Okay. That's
9.
not bad.
9.
Would
Got
be
it.
a 17, Jim.
You
A
succeed.
9.
16.
Ori, was that?
16.
Ori and Aura, you see the little candle in the middle of the room, at the little coffee table. It hears the word blue flame and it goes and turns into a little blue flame. And as that moment happens, your body becomes weightless as you start to look down, and the floor, basically any place that was not in the center of the room where the carpet was, disappears. And you are looking down and you see grass and the outside, the sun shining down onto the grass. Ori and Aura, you reach outwards and you grab onto the end. Osavius and Asta, you fall. I need you to make me athletics checks.
I'm like probably hanging onto the bird. Like,
Oh, athletic, strong suit.
17 in total.
Got it.
11.
Got it. That's both successes.
Oh, good.
put it back.
Smush.
Telling the bird, put it back. No blue, green.
That is 8 points of bludgeoning falling damage, but you only take 4 as you were athletic enough to see the floor and shimmy your way to sort of roll and take less damage. But you're outside right now. Osavius and Asta, you land and you hear a bit of murmuring as a couple is walking and goes, "Hey, what is going on?"
Tripped. We tripped.
You just
Terrible.
jumped out the window. What was that about?
There was a rat. I had to escape the rat.
We're working on some warforge, some construction, and something kind of malfunctioned. And what even happened to your wheels? They fell off when we fell. We rolled right out of the window.
Roll me deception check.
I'll help. Please.
With advantage. Yeah.
With advantage, good thing. Okay. That's gonna be a 16 in total. The first was a 2.
The woman in the
16 in total.
It's 2 humans, and the woman sort of looks towards like her partner and kind of whispers something, and he goes, "Okay. All right."
Yeah, I can't get it to work. Maybe if I could, it would clean the house a little bit better. You know what I mean? It's so hard.
So many rats. Rats everywhere. Rats in the walls.
We shouldn't have rats here.
There are rats in those walls.
It's a miss. It is us. It is still. He does not know what he is saying. I am going to have to take the chip out of your head.
The owner of this abode has terrible hygiene.
Is the owner here?
Yes. It is me. It is fine. There is something weird. Where is your off switch? Have you guys ever experienced this model before? It is supposed to clean, and you're supposed to be able to just like put this rune on its back, and it's supposed to do all of the things, and then you can trust your warforge better. You know what I mean?
The partner goes, "That sounds cool. I want one. I know."
See, it is so good.
All right. And they sort of like grab each other's arms and like, "Well, be careful." All right. And they start to awkwardly walk away.
I'll let you know when the kinks are worked out, and we could get you 2 models.
What was your name?
My name is Maria.
Okay.
It was nice to see you.
And you're left alone.
Anyway, and he's gonna go straight back toward the front door.
Yeah, front door's still
You're
open.
the best.
Anyway, that was fine.
If you want your money, you should have played along a little bit better and, powered down or something.
I don't do things. And I'm not your servant bot.
I assumed so, but they didn't know any better. Rich people. I don't know.
Yes, I'm aware of what the rich
Are we still
people are.
hanging from the
You got yourself up. Ori and Ori are finally on top. Like the floors come back as the bird is going, "Blue flame, blue flame."
Shh. Bad.
Peekaboo.
No peekaboo.
Bad
She
bird.
puts the bird back on its side.
It just sort of eats a little bit of the remaining, because you give it a lot of crackers. It just starts to eat the crackers.
She gives a piece of cheese. I hope you're constipated now because that was something else.
Aura tries to find like a blanket or a towel or something to put over the cage.
Oh yeah, you easy enough done as it goes to bed, and like a bird, instantly goes to bed.
Oh yeah.
Nap time.
Wait, is stuff still on fire in here? Because maybe I don't want to leave the bird in here.
No, I mean the only thing that was on fire was the 5 pages that Osavius was pulling
Yeah,
out.
she had
Asta.
it in her hand.
Yeah.
Are they able to get back in easily and like?
Yeah.
Yeah,
upstairs.
alarm
Okay,
lets us
okay.
four go
Yeah,
through.
we'll do that.
It just sets off if somebody else comes through.
You Asta and Osavius easily get their way back upstairs, as you have to begrudgingly make your way back up the spiral staircase.
I think Ori just
as you-
peers out and is like, "You didn't see the doll down there."
I was gonna say, before you do that, you do hear standing on top of the fireplace,
Uh-oh.
kind of just like its head already facing towards the door as you open it up. Where are my notes? I'll find it. There you go. You hear, "Within the fire we are born, and to the flame we will return. Damnation is easier than salvation, and lo, it will judge us when we die.
From the doll?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull out my short bow and shoot at it.
Okay, go ahead and make a tech roll.
I don't like it. 15 plus 3.
That hits.
Don't. I just 3 points of damage. I don't want to destroy its box, just through its eye.
Yeah, an arrow.
Like, take his batteries out.
And it falls due to the amount of force, because pulling back a bow is like 80 pounds of force. It flies off the fireplace, goes behind a couch, and as you look for it, it's gone.
Great.
You know, we really just need to get it and lock it in that room.
Well, you get a sense why she wanted to leave it out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Yeah.
Understandable. I just dislike it greatly.
That was a little creepy. A lot of creepy. Okay, we should remind everybody to reset the traps already up there.
Okay.
We'll say you guys easily meet back into the spiral staircase where all the doors are. There's still 2 more that haven't been opened.
Okay. When they get back up there, Asta, she's gonna look over at Ori and be like, "Do you need to reset that trap or?"
Oh no, you're good. It lasts for 8 hours.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that. I mean, I did not see anything set on fire, but I wanted to make sure. Oh, we have to put something at the door before we leave. Just kidding.
Yes.
Okay. Who wants to open the next door?
I will.
Sure.
Oh, we'll have Aura do it.
Okay.
Roll me a d4.
Okay. A 2.
You open up the door and you are met by a multi-tiled, mainly green and yellow colored bathroom. There are a giant dual mirrored sink with a large white marble sink with multiple spouts. There is a cabinet underneath. Yeah, the mirror itself shines against one of the other tiles, and you see both a bath and a shower. The shower is beautifully made. It is like the rainforest showers you see in those very expensive mansion tours, where it's on the ceiling, and as you open it, it sort of starts to trickle down like rain.
Ori! Find the bathroom!
Oh, there's also a toilet.
You just see little footprints that come skitter running.
The illusionary script that you have reads, "Grab his toothbrush, clean something with it, and hide a note somewhere that'll be difficult to find that he'll soon find later saying that his toothbrush was used."
Use the toilet.
And then the second one says,
Oh no.
somewhere underneath...
Shower drain.
The second one says, find where he keeps his adhesive underneath the cabinet and put it on his toilet seat.
Yes.
I'm gonna look for that adhesive.
I'll get his toothbrush and start pull off whatever grate is over the shower drain and just start.
I also look for
Clean that sucker.
I also look for chemicals while I'm down there, looking for the adhesive.
All right. Well, toothbrush definitely is done. You also have to leave a note, hide it somewhere where it'd be like he wouldn't find it until later.
I don't know. Can we use like? I don't know what material we could use to do this, but you know how people write things on mirrors and when it gets foggy, it shows up, like the vice versa. But I don't know
Oh, soap.
what material you can use.
I think it's soap.
Is it soap?
Soap can do that.
Yeah.
So
It's a fantasy game. Let's. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
who
there?
cares?
Is there soap?
Special soap, and yeah, it's rich people too. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So, that's what Asta's gonna do. She's gonna find some soap, and she's gonna write all over the mirror the note about the toothbrush. Like, we used your toothbrush to clean, the drains, the toilet, all of it.
Oh,
Like,
no.
she's even if they don't clean all of the things with the toothbrush, she's gonna write all the gross things. So the bathtub, the shower, the toilet, the sink. Yeah.
Yeah. You have to.
So when
or
he-
Birds,
You have to-
cloaca.
you have to pick out a little bit like of rusted metal piping out of the toothbrush just to make sure that it doesn't give away.
Yeah.
Put it
Yeah.
back.
I was like,
You
what
gotta
if you
clean
have
it.
prestidigitation to clean the toothbrush to make it look like?
Yeah,
There you go. So yeah, the next time he goes and he actually takes a shower and everything fogs up, the message will appear. Hopefully at the same time he's like getting out of the shower and he's like,
Perfect.
Osavius
I'd
is
also
gonna
like
go
to run
under the
over.
sink.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Go for
sorry.
it, Osiris.
I was.
Go ahead.
When we're too polite, here we'll do an order.
Right.
Osavius, go ahead.
Okay. Osavius is gonna go under the sink and just start like manipulating some of the metal underneath to just
Oh,
give it like a
the
loose
piping.
pipe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna count that as another completed task.
Nice.
What I was gonna do was go to the toilet and pull up the top to disable the flushing mechanism. So
yeah.
it'll like
That was my
either
next
never
idea.
fill back up or it'll overflow.
Mhm.
Can we do the same thing where we mess with the pipes on the toilet as well? Asta's gonna say it out loud as she notices what you're doing.
Perfect.
Loosen the
Like-
seal on the bottom so that when it flushes, the pressure comes out onto the ground.
Perfect.
So when he fixes it in the toilet, then the pipe is still wonky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ori, I know you wanted to look underneath the cabinet as well, but specifically look for the adhesive and chemicals.
Yeah, I'm not messing with pipes.
You find two different types of adhesives, and I'm going to let you decide on how evil you want to be. In addition to that, you also do find several different cleaning chemicals, like the equivalent like 409 and bleach and the purple stuff, the pink stuff, and like Windex and things like that. You find all these cleaning chemicals that you'd find, and some toilet paper and extra toilet paper.
She's
you
reading the the tubes.
You find two different types of adhesives.
Okay.
You find a standard glue, and you find sovereign glue.
Oh, she's gonna put the sovereign glue on the toilet seat, and she's gonna mage hand it so she doesn't have to touch it, and put a little bit on the toilet paper and let it dry. A little bit.
Yes.
She's gonna do one
Also,
other
whichever
thing, but I'll wait for
direction
other
he had
people.
his toilet, whether it was over the top or under the bottom, R's gonna switch it.
Oh, okay.
That's annoying. If
Well-
you are OCD like me.
I think it's annoying. So yeah, make it go under.
I see that you guys have chosen evil.
I'm gonna do one last thing to the bathtub, but I'm gonna find the stopper.
Okay, yeah. Stopper's evil.
Oh,
yeah,
have no
find it.
fury,
Okay.
my friend.
So she's gonna dump all the chemicals down the drain, but then she's gonna cast Tasha's caustic brew down
my
the drain,
God.
plug it, and then she's gonna start the clock.
I think it's time.
Okay.
That was all the things, right?
I'm gonna count that also as pipe shenanigans.
Pipes shenanigans.
Because it's actually acid that she's putting down there.
Yeah,
by
you
mixing
are.
with the chemicals. So she's just gonna put the drain like really good in there with some sovereign glue. And be like, I think we gotta get out of the bathroom.
Yeah. Almost immediately.
Someone corrode the pipes too.
Yeah, I was gonna say almost immediately you can hear like a hissing sound coming from underneath, and some of the tiles next to the shower starts to lift a little bit.
Gotta go.
Gotta go right
Close
now.
the door and like lock it. I was like, she looks at her little clock. I think we got like about a minute or two before that just explodes. Anyway.
Well,
How big is that going to explode? How quick do we need to be about this 5th room?
Depends on how many pipes he's got, and how quickly it travels through the pipes.
So fast is what you're saying. We need to be quick.
Okay. All right, let's go.
Err on the side of caution.
close the door behind you.
Oh my god.
The moment you close the door, you hear.
She just starts laughing.
Sounded like a soft
Never
drum.
cross.
Oh, I think it's going further into the pipes. Let's go check that other room and let's go.
Well, at least we can tell where it's at. And yeah, Astral will head to the room, like a little faster than usual.
Yeah, the last room, you open it up. Let's go and describe this one now. You find what looks to be like a white-walled, clean, modern glass, a wooden wall on the other end, wooden cabinets, a kitchen with a black marble island. That sort of, it's a strange design where it curves out, turns into the table, like where it lifts up a few feet, goes back down, and then melds into the actual floor, just marble. So it's like a fully, like a very ostentatious design that goes up a wall onto the ceiling, like a one single line. There are wooden chairs, some cabinets. Once again, I'm gonna leave it up to players there. It's a kitchen. You can probably find a lot of kitchen things here. And on the letter you have, the illusionary script, you see steal every single dish, mug, silverware, and just leave one set.
We just break
Perfect.
them all.
And the second one says, leave his arcane cold box open, let his food rot.
Even better.
I'm one ahead of you, honey. What I was gonna say is I find the eggs and I go find an air vent entry. And we're gonna put the eggs into the ventilation system
Ugh.
and let them rot.
There is a iron cauldron currently, like an oven,
I was gonna
burning
ask
away.
if there was an oven.
and there is a vent, so you can easily twist your arm a little bit and just put it off to the side and just start to leave them there. That's clever.
Yep.
If there's any like jam or jelly in there, Asavia's gonna scoop some up and just like smear it all over like the perfect walls. Just really get it messy.
All
Laura's
right.
gonna take some of that too and put it on the underside of every handle.
Oh my god!
Oh.
I'm gonna call that handle fuckery.
Okay,
Save the flour. I would like to repeat my debacle from the test.
Yeah, you start to set up the flour, putting it on a full-on motion. If I think you don't complete the trap until you guys decide to leave.
Yeah.
Did you get to the second one? I got steal every dish, mug, and only leave one set. But the second shenanigan.
Oh, that was the leave his arcane cold box open. Let his food rot.
Okay.
I did. I left it open when I got the eggs.
I think Ori's
I got
trying to take the hinges, like loosen the hinges off the door on the
Yes.
cold box.
Go on to all of the cabinets.
Cabinets. As you start to do that, I'm going to say that you're all doing this at once, sort of splitting tasks. All of you just had a moment of like, time to fuck around, and you start to split up and start to do everything. Asa's smashing plates on the floor, making sure there's only one set left.
I'm also
with their
I'm also
tail
listening for the brew to come down the pipe into the sink. So she's
Oh, I will also say that the sink that is here is starting to bubble.
Oh, we're gonna stop that up. She'll put some more glue, and then she'll put another stuff.
God damn it.
This house is gonna explode.
The whole thing.
The pipes
We gotta
into
get
the
outta here.
walls.
I will say, before you go, while you're currently doing all this, the middle island, the marble, I'll say that I think the one who currently is... let's everyone roll a perception check. I can't really make that determination right now.
Oh, I don't see nothing. 2.
Me neither. 4.
14.
14.
14. Both Asta and Aura, you notice that the marble that the island is made of, that curves down into the floor, onto the ceiling, and curves around the actual room, moves, and you see bits of like a drywall start to rain down upon you guys, and what was once just a solid slab of like marble starts to dig its way out, and you see what looks like to be a marble and metal colored and covered. It looks like a cobra as it. I need everyone to roll me initiative.
In your kitchen?
In your kitchen?
Kitchen? Why do you have a snake in your kitchen?
He's really fond of that cold box.
I got a dirty 20.
Oh.
Dirty 20
Seven
for
initiative.
Osavis.
9.
9.
17.
21.
To win.
9. Who got a 21?
Me.
Okay, and then Asta, you got a what?
17.
Okay, 17. And I know that Oro got a 9.
Bringing up the rear.
Perfect. Okay, so that will be... The O's go first. All right, let's go and change up this music. And let's put you guys on the map. So Asta, you were smashing plates. So I'm going to put you over here. Aura, you were doing the egg thing. I'm going to put you right over here. Actually, no, you were over where the oven is. Let's see here. Aura, you were trying to stop the water. Put you over here.
Oh, don't like that.
And what was our good Warforged friend doing? You were messing with. You were like setting things up.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
like setting up tripwires, things like that.
I'm gonna say you're over here setting up the tripwire when you leave.
Okay.
That seems fair. Let's go and show the audience. So first and foremost, Ori, you go first.
Oh, shit.
As you start to
This
see
thing's made out of marble, though, right?
Yeah, this thing is made of marble and metal. You can see actually what ends up happening is that the ground itself starts to lift up. The entire marble slab that went up, around, and turned into the actual wall itself and the ceiling sort of shifts out of the drywall. So this green line here that you guys see, that's its body.
Oh.
I thought it was the counter.
So its head is right here, but this is its body.
Okay, so we can
Don't like
hit
that.
any of it.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Right.
I'm gonna cast
big.
Tasha's Mind Whip on it.
Tasha's Mind Whip.
So it has to make an intelligence saving throw.
Let's see here. Perfect. That is going to be a 0. However, it does psychic damage, correct?
Yeah.
It is immune to psychic damage as it is a construct.
Can I use a sorcery point, or would I have to call that
Oh,
beforehand?
yes, you can, because you have the transmute meta magic.
Yeah. I'm gonna try acid.
Oh, Tasha's Mind Whip that turns to acid. Interesting.
Cool.
So it's an acid trip.
Yes, I think what ends up happening is that you release this, almost like these
You
bright
said it's
pink.
made out of metal and stuff, so I'm like,
Yeah, you release this bright pink psychic energy that, as it starts to reach outwards, it's just a wave of arcane energy, and as it starts to get closer to the creature, you move your hand like a clock, like you're changing a dial, and the purple turns to green as it splatters onto this creature. It does damage.
Okay. That's not that great. 5 points of acid.
5 points of acid.
It can't take a reaction till the end of its next turn. Moreover, on its next turn, it must choose whether it gets to move, action, or bonus action. It only gets one.
Interesting. Move, action, or bonus action.
Yeah, and it can't take reactions.
That's a powerful spell. Okay. That's in place.
And she's probably gonna get up on the counter.
Go ahead and move yourself on the counter.
Like right there.
Osavis. Oh, wait, did I say that right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Osavius.
Osavius. I don't know why my brain farted in that moment.
I'm just gonna move a bit closer over to Aura. I would say like 20-ish feet.
Mm-hmm.
And
Thank you, friend.
I'm going to throw a dagger at the snake. See if that hits.
Make me attack roll.
Right. It's a 10.
That is not. It actually, you do hit it, but it clanks off the marble, leaving no scratches.
Yep. Yep. And because I am a mastermind subclass, I have Master of Tactics, so as a bonus action, I'm going to use the help action for Aura and whatever she does.
Yes, you can. Meaning that Aura, you have a help action. You can have advantage on your next attempt on something. Next roll.
When you use the help action to aid an ally in attacking a creature, the target of that attack can be within 30 feet.
Yeah. So it's not for spells that require the Cobra to make a save, but for attack rolls, you can do something. You get advantage. So as your movement, your bonus action, your action, we good?
Yep.
Awesome. Asta, you're next.
She's gonna go ahead and stay where she's at. Should still hit it. And I'm gonna cast Scorching Ray at 2nd level and see if that does anything. Give me just a second. Does a 12 hit?
12 does not hit.
Oh, boo! Okay. Alright.
Scorching Ray, I think you get 3 rays, yeah?
I do, yeah. Do I roll 3 times?
You do.
Oh, bet. Okay. That's going to be a 23 on 1.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, and then the other one is a whole 9.
Whole 9. You get 1 hit off.
Okay, so do I still roll the 2d6, or is it just like...
It is 2d6.
1d6. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Just a second.
Scorching Ray is really awesome.
Yeah, if they hit. Okay, so she'll go to cast the Scorching Ray, and it'll be 8 points of fire damage.
8 points. Yeah, you...
Yeah.
The fact that it lifted itself from the floor, it kind of reels you back, and in that instinct moment, you throw 2 up, and it just hits the ceiling, and you're like... and it does strike the body of the Cobra as it...
Sweet. And yeah, that's my turn.
Perfect. It's now going to be the Iron Cobra's turn.
Oh yeah, remember he's restricted. No reactions, he has to choose what he can do.
It is going to move. So it's going to move its 50 feet.
No boy.
1, 2, 3, 4, oh no, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
But that's all you can do.
Osavius, you get a reaction if you would like to attack.
I would love to slice at it with my short sword.
Yeah.
Never mind, it's an 8.
Unfortunately, that does not hit.
Ooh.
Currently curves by, and as it moves past Savius and Aura, so Aura, that's 5. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Osavius, you take 5 points of damage as its metallic and marble like spikes and serrated edgings slide through you as it passes by your space. It just immediately starts to cut into you, and Aura, you take 1 point of slashing damage as it cuts through you as well. And it's currently growing and growing, getting bigger as it's sliding through this entire room.
You said 5 points?
Okay.
5 points.
Okay.
And Aura, you took 1 point.
Okay.
Every 5 feet it moves past your space that its body passes by you, you take into 1 point of damage.
Oh.
Solidifies what I'm gonna do when it gets to my turn.
After the iron, it is Aura, you're up.
Hey, I'm gonna cast Reduce on the snake.
Oh!
Yeah!
It has to make a Constitution saving throw, and it has to beat a 14.
Let's see. It has a +2 to this. So I'm going to do this. This is big. It has a +2. I'm going to do a digital roll.
Okay.
So 1d20 +2. A 9.
Hey!
It is reduced by 1 size category. Its attacks deal 1d4 less damage, and it has disadvantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
Okay. For this is a strange creature because it's not technically a large, gigantic, medium, and all that. It's just an elongated creature. So what I'm going to do... Well, first of all, this guy needs to be medium. So what we're going to do is go to this. I'm still learning Foundry. Excuse me.
Understand that.
Oop, no. Okay. So there we go. Now we got a little tinier snake.
A little bit better.
A little bit better. And then I'm going to reduce its length by 50 feet. So we're going to go ahead and remove that. I'll say in total it only has 50 feet, so it's going to be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. So it kind of gets right about there. So immediately the iron snake, like a bunch of, like its body starts to contract and like almost like the reversed image of Ori's staff. It just starts to collide into itself and starts to shrink. You hear the sound of metal as it's almost like crunching into itself. That's solid.
Okay. That's all I'm gonna do because I don't want an opportunity attack and I have to hold concentration.
Okay.
Stay little.
Back to the top. Ori, you're up.
I know, that's what I was thinking. How far is it from me?
From its tail, it is about, let's see here. From where you're standing, about 35 feet.
Oh, it's right out of range. I have to get down from here.
You're gonna get down?
Well, let me see. You know what? Yeah, she'll get down just to get closer, like 5 feet.
Oh, hold on. I need to roll one more thing. Never mind. Doesn't matter. There was something else I forgot that this creature has for that reduce spell, but it still failed. It's fine.
Okay.
And she's gonna cast Witch Bolt on it.
Witch Bolt.
Nice.
Make an attack.
So, okay. Oh, good. 19 plus whatever my mod is. 6. 25.
25 to hit?
Yes.
Yeah, that hits.
So, range spell attack on a hit takes a d12 lightning damage, and I think I can do it again on my other turns. Oh, 12. 12 points of lightning.
You reel your arms back, and the water waves that you have on your hair, you see just almost like if you were underwater and you saw a flash of lightning from above, you just see. You reach back, grab onto that energy, and release as almost like if it like a lightning strike happened above sea, and you took it and redirected it.
And
Love.
you know what? She's gonna hop back up on the dam.
Yeah, smart.
Sing, because she can still use it on her next turn. If she has to hop down, she will. But yeah, she's gonna hop back up there.
No judgment.
That ends her turn.
Osavius, you're up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to strike it again with my short sword.
Go for it.
Place it in half.
I'm trying. 14.
14 does not hit.
No. But I can attack it with a bonus action, you said, right?
Yes, you can actually use your bonus action to do so.
Offhand.
I will do that with my dagger.
I will also mention that your help action has already been... It doesn't affect this round because
Right.
we used a reduced spell.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Works for me.
I appreciate it anyway, but I wanted it smaller.
Understandable. That was also a miss. A 10.
Oh, unfortunately it does. Yeah, you attack twice. It just... You're just like making your own whetstone at this point.
Eh,
Who knows? Maybe you're sharpening your blade.
could be nice.
Asta, you're up.
Okay, I am going to just change my mind. I'm so sorry.
No, yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and do because that's far away. She's gonna cast Shatter at second level, which is a con save of 13, but I don't have to get any closer to it. So, so Shatter at him. I'm trying to see if it does. He doesn't move or anything.
No.
Okay, yeah, for sure. It'll be a con save of 13 for the large snake.
It rolled a 19.
Ugh.
I think at this. I think what you get as a wizard, especially who delved into sort of like some creatures that have natural resistance to magic, you get a sense that this creature is getting advantage on its spell saves.
Could I have used my clockwork reaction?
You could have. You want to?
Yeah.
You can remove. Wait, what's the distance on that?
Oh, let me look.
I forgot that you have your clockwork thing.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, that's so cool. The distance on the spell. Sorry.
Oh, so your shatter spell definitely is going to go off
Within 60 feet.
within 60 feet. My question to her was, will her clockwork restore balance work
In
60 feet? Oh yeah, you're within 60 feet, no problem. I'll roll one more time. So this is without advantage.
Ooh.
That's a natural 2.
Hey! It counts!
I think that's the last you can use your
that's the
restore
last
balance.
time I could use it.
It's okay. It's like the last room. Also, that's a lot like the chronal shift for a chronology wizard, and it has come in clutch. So that will be 18 points of thunder damage, and it will like move back a little bit like towards the door.
I have a question. Is there any detail about inanimate objects for shatter?
It says a non-magical object that isn't being worn or carried also takes the damage if it's in the spells area, but it doesn't say
No
a
worries.
creature made of inorganic material. Is it inorganic?
It doesn't.
It is a construct.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
Wouldn't
it
something like that,
say.
unless there is a spell that does double damage on that kind of thing. But I
Okay,
don't know.
maybe I'm thinking
Yeah,
of
but it
that
doesn't.
one. So how much was the damage? I apologize.
18.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was 18.
18.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, you release it.
And that was thunder.
The whole echoes through this, and it definitely reels back. I think you said it pushes it.
Yes.
How many feet does it get pushed?
Oh, this one doesn't push it. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries. No worries. Yeah, you still do some solid damage. You can see a lot of the marble and metal that sort of drapes across the entire body of this iron cobra is certainly like shattered and broken. You can see clear spider cracks starting to show. It's not a creature where I'll say it's bleeding, but it's looking damaged at this point.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
All right. And that is my turn.
It is now going to be the iron cobra's turn. It's going to move its 50 feet, so it's going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It can't get to Ori, so it's going to stop there. I think it's going to go 35, so So immediately 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30. What is that? 5, 6. Aura and Osavius, you both take 6 points of damage. As it slides across the ground with you. And Aura, I need you to make me a con save.
Okay.
Can't be doing this.
Con save. That's a 16.
16. You're still holding on concentration, even though the serrated marble and metal drape across your legs and body. You're still holding on to the reduce spell.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go ahead.
Feel ow.
There we go. And let's see here. Asta, you take 2 points of damage.
Okay. Ooh.
And with its action, let's see, what is it gonna do? I think it's gonna bite. It's gonna attempt to bite.
Oh no.
So it has a 1d4 less damage, I believe, because it's reduced. That is a 17 to hit. So let's do. And I need one more die. There you go. Let's see this. You take 5 points of piercing damage, Asta, as it reels open its metallic and marble-like teeth, and you just see serrated, like obsidian, black marble as it bites down onto you. Due to its reduced size, it doesn't encompass your entire body, but I do need you to make me a con save.
Okay, cool. I can do that. Can I also use Hellish Rebuke since it hit me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, give me a second. So my con save is not stellar. That's a whole 3.
Whole 3.
Oh.
I want you to roll me a d6. I'm gonna let you decide.
Okay. That's a 2.
A 2. Oh, isn't that beautiful? It sinks its teeth into you. And we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. All right, that's great. Can I use my reaction, Hellish Rebuke,
You
and go ahead
may.
and cast that?
Yes, you
Okay. So as she's getting bit, she's gonna cast Hellish Rebuke, which it can make a Dex saving throw. It's gonna be 11.
It still has advantage.
Yeah.
I can't negate
Hey,
that one.
I'm still gonna try it. It's the only reaction I have.
It's got a 15 for the save.
Oh, okay. Never mind. It doesn't do anything. It's okay.
Yeah, it just lights around you.
Yeah.
And that may also make sense, especially the effect you're under, and we'll talk about that when it's your turn.
Okay. Oof. All right.
After the iron, it is Aura.
Oh man. Okay. The only thing I can think to do that wouldn't help much. I'm going to use one of my Storm Sorcerer feats. And I'm going to use Tempestuous Magic, which allows me just to sort of flutter and fly 10 feet away while
Okay.
maintaining concentration and not provoking an opportunity attack.
Yes, you may.
So I'm gonna move down here to this corner and continue to hold concentration to keep this thing a little bit smaller.
Okay. Yeah, you're currently still holding onto this ball of electricity that is almost like a reflection of the creature's true size, and you're still holding it in place, like not letting go. You reel back, and your feet actually let loose a torrent of electricity that, like a static shock, pushes you back as you fly a little bit, and it slowly lowers you. You're basically like Storm at the moment.
Yes.
That's a wild.
That's my turn.
That's wild. All right,
love
back
it.
to the top of the round. Ori.
So its head is within 30 feet of me now, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So she's gonna use her action to do damage with Witch Bolt again.
Oh yeah, you can use your action to do immediate damage more.
11 points of damage.
Oh boy!
Lightning.
More the release of shock and lightning releases from your static, your witch bolt, like another thunderous ocean storm, and you see more bits of marble starting to shake off it. It actually loses a tooth as it.
I have a question. What is that like circle thing it came out of?
Oh no, that's the cauldron. So the way it worked is that it was going underneath the cauldron and up the wall.
Could I use telekinetic shove to shove the cauldron into the snake?
I think this is heavier than what a mage hand can push.
Well, let's see what it.
Because telekinetic does 10 pounds. A cast iron cauldron is more than that.
Yeah, because it has to make a save. I don't. Well, it says I can do it on a creature. Could I just try to shove its head against the cabinet?
I think also this snake, even in its reduced size, is very long.
Dang. I don't think I can do anything else.
I appreciate the hustle.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I'm trying to like get rid of it.
I try.
That'll end my turn though.
I can't deny the hustle. You're playing the game. I love it. Osavius, you're up.
All right. Octavius is doing worse for wear, so he's gonna disengage.
Bonus action disengage.
Yep, and move just a few feet away from it, so I'm no longer being scraped against every time it moves. And then I will take my remaining dagger and just try again. The ladies seem to have it covered, but if I can assist, I'll try. Oh, it's a nat 1.
Nat 1, yeah. And it actually does sink into the body of this creature, and as it currently shifts and shimmies on its next turn, it actually snaps the dagger in half.
Oh.
Ugh.
It was a good dagger. Oh well.
Oh. Savius.
That's my turn.
Asta.
All of my spells are like Constitution saving, so I'm like, ooh, all my good ones. Hold on, give me just a second.
It's looking pretty bad right now. I'll say that much
Pretty
too.
bad. Okay, like all of my spells left are Constitution based. We're gonna go with a Thunder Wave at first level because that's what I have left basically. So it's gonna be a Constitution save of 13.
Okay. I need Aura, Osavius, and Ori to roll me a d20.
Fair.
Why do I feel like this isn't
no
gonna
pressure.
be good?
So much
15.
pressure.
5.
5. 1. What's your range of the spell, Asta?
It's gonna be 15 feet.
Oh, that's gonna change everything.
Okay. Because I'm next to it, so
I'm up
Is
on
it
a
you
counter.
pick a point and then it has like a 10-foot thing, right?
it's a self and it's 15 feet. So
Oh.
it's like something it's close. It's not like I can just like start it somewhere else. Like it comes from me, so.
And it's thunder, right?
Yep.
10 foot.
Thunder wave. It sweeps out of you 15 feet.
What's your speed?
I
want you to move. I'm actually gonna move your character. You move right about here, and I need Aura to roll me the save. I think it was a con save.
13.
Your vision
Isn't she
goes-
flying?
Well, she's landed now.
Oh, okay,
But
damn.
your vision, Asta, kind of goes wild after you got that bite, and the room shifts and sways, and you can't really tell what's going on until finally you have to shake your eyes, and the snake isn't here. It's over there, and you quickly rush over there and release the energy.
We forgot about that effect.
It was a nat 20.
Nat 20.
Oh.
So is that half damage, or how's that? Is that no damage?
It still takes half damage.
So
Yep, it still takes half damage.
roll
so
your damage
it'll
and we'll have to-
take... I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Oh my gosh. So it was 10 in total, so you'll take 5 thunder damage.
Okay.
5 thunder. And as you release the energy, your vision sways back, and you're just looking at the long body, and the effect of confusion is gone.
Oh no.
Wild. Oh, okay, well, that's my turn.
It's gonna be the Iron
Are-
Snake, so...
Ara is not looking good,
I'm
fam.
so sorry.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30,
I think we're all getting
35, 40.
fairly low.
Hello.
So, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. So, Asta and Aura both take 8 points of damage as it slides across you. And Aura, I need you to make me a con save.
Again.
Okay. If it does 8, then I'm unconscious.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Pause. You took the Thunderwave damage first. So, make me a con save on that.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought she already did
Okay.
it. That's your roll of 20. That's what the.
Yeah, that was the nat 20.
Oh, that was the nat 20 for the con save? That was the, I thought that
yeah.
nat 20 was to save on Asta's spell DC.
Oh, yeah, I thought that was what this... Okay, so it's a different one.
Yeah, because you need a...
Isn't the-
You saved it for the spell DC on Asta's Thunder
Oh,
Wave.
for my my constitution to hold the spell.
Yes.
Got you.
So
Okay.
roll one
I thought you were
con
like, more thunder damage. I was like, wait, no.
save. No.
How did I do it
For
again?
concentration.
For concentration. So this is the first one. This is from the thunder damage.
Okay, so the first one that for her spell was a 20. I just rolled another 20.
You're fine. Now you're gonna
Hey.
now you're gonna do one more con save, and this is for the slashing damage that you just took.
Okay,
Jeez.
it's a 3, fam.
3. The creature starts to grow.
Oh no.
No.
So we're going
Oh.
to change this
Right.
buddy boy. You finally let loose of that thunderous ball. As it slides across you, you start to feel both the thunder damage from Austin and then slicing across your body. And you're like, come on! And you drop it, the ball explodes, and the creature, almost like expanding metal, gets big. And it's going to use its action to bite.
No.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
17 to hit Ori?
Yep, that'll hit.
Where did my die go? Ooh. You take 11 points of damage,
Yeep.
and I need you to roll me a con save.
Roll high dice. Roll high. There. What's my con save? Ooh, +3. 15?
15? You just succeed. Just succeed. You feel something. You actually see a bit of green drippage coming from its fang. It's one fang because it's looking very bad. But you're able to move out of the way. But you do get crunched by its metallic and marble-like jowls. After that, Aura, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm going to cast Scorching Ray at it, and maybe it'll do something.
Okay,
So,
I think that's 3 attacks.
It's an 8. Yeah, 18 for the first one,
Hit.
11 for the second one,
Unfortunately, miss.
and 8 for the last one.
You got 1 hit in.
So, 1 hit.
2d6.
So that's 6 points of damage.
How much?
6.
6.
My basic math is failing me. Let me make sure I got this right.
Me too. I feel
It's
that.
still moving,
Oh,
but it's not. It's on death's door.
okay.
Oh,
Oh, damn it. Oh.
that's kind of all I got. I think
Okay.
I have anything else as a bonus action, so
Uh,
that's it.
Ori, you're up. Back to the top of the round.
I have a question.
Yes.
And this made me.
As you stand on top of the counter.
Yeah, I
uh-huh.
have a question. So I got bit. Because Because shocking grasp, obviously you have to touch it.
Yes.
But there's a thing in here that says if the target is wearing armor of metal, you get advantage. That doesn't compute for this thing.
It is, I did state it is a construct made of metal and marble.
So would I get advantage?
You would.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
Good looking out.
I'm just, hey.
Hey, no, I appreciate that.
I was like,
think
I
we're all
want to know.
really low.
Okay, well, I needed advantage because that first one was a 5.
That wouldn't work.
17 plus 6, miss.
That does hit.
So she's, I'm going to do this for flavor. You can tell me whether I cannot do it or not. I'm going to say she's going to jump on this thing's back because she's already on the sink and then just let go of of the energy in her hand.
You want to jump on his back?
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
Okay. It's only a D8. I'm 1 level away from it being 2D8. Be nice, D8, please. It's only a 3.
Only a 3? It had 2 HP left.
Yes.
You jump on its back, straddle it, you ride it like a bull, and as you reel both hands up, you guys have been releasing thunder damage the entire time. You can still sort of taste a bit of that
this is
burnt
lightning.
ion sort of feeling of sort of like that weird smell and taste that when you're about to get into like a thunderstorm, you start to reach out, collect it, and immediately release it as the creature screams out. Bit parts of marble release, and all you see is a skeletal, like a metal skeleton, as the marble drops. You do take 2 points of piercing damage from jumping onto it. Kind of like pointed butt at this point. You're straddling a point and like a cactus, and it's not feeling good, but you are able to release the entirety of it, and you guys are out of initiative as it drops.
She's like on the floor as she lets go. Can we go now?
Ostavius is gonna go pick up his dagger, his broken dagger, put it all away. I think it's time we.
She starts looking at the clock. I kind of forgot about the drain, so we should get going.
I feel like we had much bigger problems, but I definitely agree. Let's go.
As you leave, the last thing you hear as you start to leave is, bye-bye.
Oh my gosh. The door. When we get down to the door thing, don't we have to put something on the door?
Yeah.
Bit of steel.
Okay.
Ostavius, he waits till the rest of them are out of the kitchen and then finishes the kitchen trap.
Oh, yeah. You put that for the flour?
Yep. And then he's going to look over. Which one of you can move things with your mind? Here. And he's going to hand you a bag of ball bearings. I ask that you release that at the top of the staircase.
Oh, okay.
And he's gonna go
She'll let it go.
So 1,000 ball bearings just ting, 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 all over the floor.
I love it.
Oh, and one thing I want to do whenever we leave and like leave the house, I'm gonna use minor illusion to have like a little like taped off.
Oh, like a quarantine, like or not, like a caution,
fence, like
caution tape.
quarantine. It's like beware bed bugs.
Oh, say rats! Say rats!
Rats and bed bugs.
Rats and bed bugs.
As
And then
you
he'll shove
all,
the metal piece.
yeah, perfect. As you all start to place the remainder of the traps, putting like caution, bed bugs, and rats onto the door, I would like everyone to make me a stealth check. As you can see far in the distance, one of those little guards that are currently like lightly dressed because it's summer, like a Florida guard, on one of these little hover scooters with arcing energy starts to rumble by, and you can see one of the Asta and Osavius. You remember the couple that was talking to you guys? They heard that there's rats in the walls and they live here, so there was some concern.
16.
I'm glad we put the sign up.
15.
15. Got it.
24.
20. Okay, this is a group stealth check, so let me go to Osavius,
24.
Ori,
16.
Asta,
15.
Aura.
13.
That's enough successes for me. You quickly see this happen. Go. Nope. dodge down an alleyway towards one of the other, like, you actually have to jump a fence to go into someone else's yard, and you're like hoofing it, trying to make sure that you get enough distance away.
Yeah.
Can I do one thing before we did that?
What's up?
Does he have a sprinkler system?
Sure.
She's gonna like open them so that way, like when the caustic blue explodes, it goes through the sprinkler.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I like that.
Yes.
Cherry
She's
on
doing
top.
it with her mage hand
Cherry
like this
on
really,
top.
really fast.
Yeah, you open the valves, a bunch of water pressure pushes them up so that when it does come out, it sprays this caustic brew. Perfect. You guys, let's go ahead and get here. You guys quickly rush your way back to Madame Dubois' tower, where she is currently, like, you see tears running down her cheeks. She is bright red, and she's like, I can't fucking believe it. That was so grand, darlings. Come, sit down. We have to watch the fireworks.
Oh, there's gonna be fireworks. And she's just timing her. She's like, it should go off any minute.
What we see as the camera starts to pull away from this living room of Madame Dubois' tower, she literally looks towards you all and goes, well, that was honestly money well spent. Does anyone want any? I can make some popcorn if you want any.
I'm always hungry.
Yeah.
All right, so she says an invisible servant to go get some popcorn as she brings out a couple of chairs, and there's a large, like, crystal ball that starts to scry out sort of the, like, almost like a camera, like a drone vision. And as an hour passes, the pipes have already rusted over. The grass on the ground in the front yard is now burnt, like brown, as the caustic brew has been released. And what you see, I'm gonna go and describe the X. You see a half-elven man, Eldance Bordoon, ginger hair. He has a wolf patch, a little tiny wolf patch on his vest, sort of a green vest with sort of a tan shirt, puffy white undercoat like an ascot. And you hear him go, "What in the devil is this? What the fuck?" And then you all watch him as he goes into the living room. Immediately,
Ooh, that doll.
the door
boy.
scrapes open and a line of fire runs up, and you see "I had to look around, asshole" written on the ground on the top. You hear him go, "Who the fuck? What the fuck?" And he looks at, like, the smashed bottle. The couch has been ripped to shreds, and he's like, "Oh my god, these were fucking imported." You see him walk towards the staircase and immediately eat shit as he falls onto some ball bearings, and he's like, "Oh!" And he's like broken nose a bit sideways, and he's like, "What am I going to tell the boys?" And he immediately has to crawl his way upwards. He gets to the top. Uh-oh, we lost someone.
Camera down.
No, no.
Okay.
Oh, we're good.
Okay.
No worries.
Okay. I'm sorry. Everything just froze.
Almost.
It's fine.
Almost made it.
This is the best part. He gets to the top of the staircase, and he sort of has to crawl for army-wise to get past all the ball bearings. And he's like, "Who the fuck went in my house?" And there is a porcelain doll right at the top that goes, "I've been waiting for you." And he's like, "Oh shit, not that thing!" And he like swipes at it, and he like kind of grabs. He's like, "No!" He rushes through it, and he could hear. And he's like, "What's happening in my bathroom?" Goes into the bathroom, opens it up, and he just sees a caustic foam. He's like, "Oh shit!" Closes that. Doesn't want to go in there. Has to, like, he sort of stops at the hallway and goes, "Fuck!" Quickly goes into his alchemist room, and sees that everything's kind of fine there. And he's like,
The things over the bird.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh my god, Polly, what's going on?" And he sort of grabs the towel and he's like, "What's happening?" And the bird just goes, pretty bird." And he's like, "Shut up, put that thing back down." Turns around, goes into his bedroom, and he's like, "Who fucking took down my poster?" Why is my bed on fire? The fuck? And you experience all this happening. He ends up going into the kitchen immediately as a flower hits down, gets lit by the ever-living light from the cauldron and the oven, leading a giant explosion, pushing him back. He ends up falling, hitting his head, and he's like, "Oh no!" And he sees like his defense systems are already down, and the entire time, Madame Dubois is just like fucking rolling. At this point, I'll say that she kind of invites you just to get drunk and enjoy this.
Wait till he touches the toilet paper.
And so I'm gonna count out right now. So in total, you guys did 1, 2, 3, 4,
Probably
5,
too
6,
many
7, 8,
things.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21. Okay. You guys easily beat the 50,000 threshold. So she doesn't have she does not have over 50,000 to give you, but she does give you the full cap. She's like, money well spent, darlings, honestly. Next time I need you to go fuck with some exes, I'm definitely calling you for.
Or some
would've
general
loved to.
fuckery, I think.
Yeah.
The world needs more.
Exes.
Yes, the world needs more chaos, darlings. That was immensely important.
I feel like this one definitely deserved it.
So we're gonna go down the line real quick as she pays you down the 50,000 coins. Osavius, quick question: what was your total balance due?
I believe I owed 12,000 gold.
So you were able to pay it off, I believe.
Yep. With a little spare.
With a little spare, pretty good. Who did you owe your money to?
I owed my money to an underground syndicate who helped me finish a very important project of mine.
Okay. Well, as you pay your money, I'm assuming they leave you alone.
That is the goal, and I will use the remaining gold that I got from this endeavor to put in a word. Just let me know if you ever come across a Dr. Caroline.
Oh, okay. Some talks start to go by as the word goes out, and if anyone hears of the good doctor, find the metal man.
And the metal man.
That's my name. My trade.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ori, how
Oh.
much did you owe?
8,000.
8,000. So you have some money left over. Who did you owe your money to?
I owed my money to the Scorpions, which is also a crime syndicate, but they also go around to like the academy she works at, funding projects for people that don't have money. So it's an easy go for them. But she's going to give like the head boss, because basically she was hired on to do jobs to pay off her debt, the outline of this doll that she wrote down as a project for them. And essentially this is her pitch to work for them instead of like owe them debt.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. Amber was able to make use of, obviously this is all set in our own custom campaign world. There is a Scorpion Syndicate, but yeah, I think they'll find that fairly acceptable. And you are left alone with some money in your pocket. Asa, how much did you owe?
I owed 10,000 gold.
So you have some spare money in your pocket as well. Who'd you owe your money to?
I owed my money to a rich relative, actually. Somebody who said that they were going to help, and then when she fell on like hard times and dropped out of her last semester of wizard school, kind of like, I guess when you get student loans and you like can't pay them back, or like you get to a certain point where like if you like fail your classes or something, they're like, okay, cool, so we need all of that back.
Yeah.
Like it was that kind of situation. And so I would say that it was actually like 5,000 gold that she actually borrowed, and then they doubled it when she filled out. So
You're just paying interest right now.
Yeah, awful, right? So she pays that off, and then definitely never speaks to that relative again.
Smart, yes. Aura, how much money did you owe?
I owe 12,000 gold.
No.
Well, you still have some pocket change, but who did you owe that money to?
She owed it to a few different people, just traveling from home. That was a whole lot of money. Being able to go to a specialty wizard college, because even though she's a sorcerer, she kind of wanted to specialize in something else down the road and kind of break away from what her family line was. So it's a mixture between travel debt and college debt.
Living life.
Right.
Feel that.
Yeah.
Well.
Could we say we asked Bantam if about that box?
You want to ask that box?
Yeah.
I forgot about the box. Yeah, sorry. Asta will go ahead and pull out that box while they're there, and she's gonna go, we got the first step down,
and then
we don't know what the rest of it
The
does.
bird lit the house on fire.
She chuckles a little bit, takes the box and says, "Thank you, darling. Honestly, this is actually mine."
Oh.
And shifts it to red, green, yellow, blue, and opens it up. And within are numerous notes and like blueprints of essentially making use of fire elementals and changing their natural properties into raw energy and making essentially moving the world ahead into more of an electrical age.
Huh.
Okay.
Okay.
It was a project that she was working on that, and you kind of got this feeling that the Metfits were sort of like a precursor to making use of elemental energy. Some other thing that might have sort of struck a nerve here, and it was obviously this was the hardest thing to do. One of the records was the last of the blues, which was a hint of, again, really difficult, but blue would be last.
The blues. Oh, yeah.
Oh
okay.
my god.
That would have brought it there.
Yeah, but it's fine.
Isn't that's also the colors? I should have tried that.
So
that's
blue would be
also
last.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we tried it, and then like you guys got shoot out the house, and then the roof was not visible anymore. So I could see why we didn't try that again.
Yeah. I didn't really have time to tinker.
Not really. You guys put a bomb in a caustic bomb, but no, you guys are able to pay off all your debt. Mandois definitely is like, next time you want to get drunk and hang out, I am totally down.
Oh, I want to take notes on these elementals if she lets me.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking the same. I would love to take notes.
Fuck yes. If you want to show up and maybe help me along my own research, that's fine. That's amazing.
I love that.
And that is where we're going to conclude today's story. As you guys keep in contact with Madame Dubois, you can keep in contact with each other. You pay off your debts. No one's searching for you, except Osavius, you put a search for someone else. And
Yeah.
and that's where we're going to conclude today's story.
Yay, we didn't die.
Thank you for joining us.
I really thought we were gonna die.
I only had 9 hit points left.
One hit point left.
I had 5.
Let's go down.
I was really worried.
Wow, you guys are down to single digits. That's amazing.
We're all squishy, I think.
Yes, you are.
We're at 4th level. I have a max of 22 hit points.
Yeah, I have a 22.
I think
27.
26.
Osavius had a max of 59?
No, I had a max of 27.
27? Oh, then my number's
Okay,
off
we
here.
were all squishy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's go one more down the line, guys. So I want you guys to get another plug in. Titan, where can people find you?
You can find me on Instagram at TitanFishKiller. Again, I'll be opening up commissions here shortly for character art, like what I did here for Osavius and Ori. And you can also find me at TitanFishKiller on Redbubble for some D&D inspired designs.
And then you can always find me and Amber here on Arcane Focus, every platform here. So hopefully you enjoyed the story. Pyrea, where can people find you?
Everybody can find me on TikTok and Instagram. They can also find me on my Monday campaign where I play another wizard. I'm turning into a wizard main. But that's D in Denial Monday at 7:30 Eastern. And yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Awesome. And Katie, where can people find you?
You can find me on TikTok primarily. I did just make a Unyielding Bastion Instagram like 2 days ago, so it's still in its beginning stages. But you can look up unyielding_bastion, and you can see me and my dice and hear about my crazy players.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Once again, we're going to have a short session next Saturday for our main campaign, Magic and Mostad. I can't thank you guys enough for joining me to enjoy this nice little romp one-shot to get petty and chaotic as much as your dreams allowed it to. So
thank you for DMing it. It was wonderful.
Yeah, you did so good.
Thank you.
That was fun.
We will check you guys next time. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.